Chapter 1003 300 Years. Please subscribe. The Profound Xianhuang Lineage's Treasure. Lin Yuan stared at the golden box. More than 6 months ago, Lin Yuan's avatar had delivered the golden box back. The moment the golden box was in his possession, it seemed to react, slowly absorbing the aura of the Xianhuang evolutionary path within Lin Yuan's body. This absorption continued until now. At this moment, Lin Yuan vaguely sensed that the golden box had slowed down, perhaps even stopped absorbing. Is it about to open? Lin Yuan gazed at the golden box, noticing an unusual fluctuation emanating from within. Master. A 6-armed figure appeared by his side, cautiously speaking. Lin Yuan glanced briefly at the 6-armed figure. Time passed slowly. Crack, crack, the aura within the golden box shifted rapidly, and finally, a crack appeared on the surface of the box. Lin Yuan looked at the crack. The crack grew wider and wider until the golden box fully opened. Inside the golden box, a sheet of beast skin was neatly placed. Calling it beast skin wasn't entirely accurate, but it definitely belonged to some form of powerful creature. Overall, it was azure-colored, exuding a sense of ancient vastness. This? Lin Yuan examined the beast skin carefully, refraining from acting rashly. The 6-armed figure beside him held the same clueless expression, seemingly unable to identify the beast skin. Rise. With a slight movement of Lin Yuan's mind, the beast skin gently floated up, swaying lightly in the air. This beast skin is itself a secret treasure, a Chaos Realm-level artifact. Lin Yuan's expression turned solemn. As the beast skin hovered, a peculiar aura spread outward, suppressing space-time. It was clearly emanating from the beast skin. Just a Chaos Realm-level treasure. Lin Yuan's expression carried hints of uncertainty. The beast skin's aura far exceeded that of the Chaos Realm artifact left behind by Zhang Weiyang, a peak sovereign realm cultivator. Such high-quality Chaos Realm treasures are worth at least over 100,000 Chaos Stones, yet typically remain unavailable even at market value. After all, a treasure capable of suppressing spacetime is obviously a control-type artifact, and treasures of this type have always been valued above offensive-type artifacts. However, this beast skin came from the golden box, and the golden box itself was from the profound Xianhuang lineage. According to the 6-armed figure's account, such golden boxes were all personally refined by Xianhuang himself, and the treasures within were highly likely to be left behind by Xianhuang. A golden box refined by the unequaled great saint Xianhuang, who lived in the era before the cosmic epoch. It's unimaginable that it would contain merely a Chaos Realm-level artifact. Even a great saint-level artifact wouldn't warrant such personal refinement from Xianhuang. Lin Yuan felt deeply puzzled. Master, the surface of this beast skin appears to have a map engraved on it, said the 6-armed figure, seemingly having detected something. A map? Lin Yuan's spirits lifted slightly as he immediately began examining it. Sure enough. The reverse side of the beast skin had an intricate map etched upon it, spanning overlapping layers of spacetime. Even Chaos Venerables and Chaos Great Saints might get lost navigating such complexity. This map, Lin Yuan swiftly scanned the map. The territory it encompassed was vast beyond measure, at least 10 times larger than the Chaos continent of ancient Ming, marked with numerous regions. This map marks His Majesty's tomb, the 6-armed figure suddenly spoke. Tomb. Lin Yuan looked again. A tomb is akin to a burial site. For mortal beings, it certainly holds significance, given their inevitable death. But for Xianhuang, even a cultivator in the path-splitting realm possesses infinite longevity, let alone Xianhuang, an unequaled great saint. Establishing a tomb implies foreseeing one's death, but for immortal beings like Xianhuang, even Chaos Venerables rarely face death. Let alone foreseeing and accepting death. Even if so, wouldn't Chaos Venerables try to prevent their own demise rather than willingly create their tombs? His Majesty, the six-armed figure stared in stunned silence at the map on the beast skin. Lin Yuan fell into deep thought. First, did Xianhuang foresee his own death when he built the tomb? Foreseeing one's death but not avoiding it, could it be because this form of death was inevitable? What kind of death would be inescapable for a great saint? A 13th-stage time-life predator hunting him. If Xianhuang truly faced such a predator, his fate would be certain. Moreover, the profound Xianhuang lineage would undoubtedly face obliteration. The malicious intent of a 13th-stage life form would encompass far more than just Xianhuang himself. It would erase all things tied to him. Much like how Lord Qingfen wiped out every single member of the Dongyang clan, leaving no trace as the threads of causality spread. Although Xianhuang created 33,333 Xianhuang secret realms to foil others at his level, there's no way he could have deceived a 13th-stage time-life predator. Given the continued existence of the Xianhuang secret realm, it clearly wasn't the action of a 13th-stage life form. Examining the map of Xuanhuang's tomb raised doubts about the disappearance of this unequaled great saint. This map only depicts the inside of the tomb but doesn't indicate its location. Lin Yuan wondered silently. That severely limited the map's practical utility. Forget it. Even without the map, this beast skin is a Chaos Realm level artifact. Purchasing it for just 30,000 Chaos Stones is definitely a bargain. Lin Yuan dismissed his doubts. With the foundation of his current strength, he could fully wield Chaos Realm level treasures. This beast skin, under his control, would prove immensely effective. Qingfen City, East Gate. At this moment, the vast eastern gate was already crowded with figures. These figures emanated daunting energy, at least sovereign level, and all belonged to Lord Qingfen's rank of disciples. Lord Qingfen gathered disciples widely, though their number totaled around 100,000, only several hundred had reached sovereign level. The Marquis wants us to wait here for him. He said he's bringing a newly accepted disciple. What could this mean? Some of the figures whispered among themselves. Just moments earlier, Qingfen Marquis had departed, then sent word for them to wait at this spot. What kind of disciple would make the Marquis personally escort him? A strong cultivator expressed disbelief. Ever since joining Qingfen Marquis, they had never witnessed such a precedent. No matter the type of disciple, since the Marquis has told us to wait, well, simply wait. A majority of them remained silent, merely standing in place patiently. Senior brother, when the Marquis accepted you as a disciple back then, he didn't act this way, did he? Among the gathered disciples, a youth addressed the tall man beside him. The senior brother he referred to was Feng Wanqing, the second most powerful figure in Qingfen domain after Qingfen Marquis. Don't talk about such matters. Feng Wanqing shot the youth a glance. We're all disciples of the Marquis. In the grand battlefield of the ancient country, mutual support is vital. Yes, yes. The youth nodded quickly. He merely felt a little indignant, not harboring any deeper intentions. At that moment, the distant space-time rippled. They've arrived. All the gathered cultivators turned their attention. From the rippling space, Qingfen Marquis emerged wearing his azure robes, followed closely by Lin Yuan. The person beside the Marquis. Likely the newly accepted disciple. Countless gazes focused on Lin Yuan, quietly appraising him. The sight stirred their curiosity, such deference toward a single disciple hadn't been seen from the Marquis in years. Following Qingfen Marquis out of the space-time passage, Lin Yuan observed the numerous powerful figures waiting. All sovereign level. Lin Yuan marveled inwardly. Greetings, Marquis. All the waiting cultivators immediately bowed toward Qingfen Marquis in unison. Looking at the scene, Qingfen Marquis grinned. Turning to Lin Yuan, he said, "These are your senior brothers. Among my disciples, strength determines rank. If your strength surpasses theirs in the future, they will all call you senior brother." Qingfen Marquis declared. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. Whether in this Feng Yuan world, the main universe, or the chaos void, the hierarchy where strength is supreme remains universal. Strength equals status, equals everything. Qingfen Marquis turned back toward his disciples, speaking. This is my newly accepted disciple. From now on, he will reside in the sky-burning court. If you're not occupied with pressing matters, don't disturb him. Understood. S.E.A. The novel, F. Higher. In website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. All his disciples responded immediately. Yet inwardly, waves of shock arose. The sky-burning court was one of Qingfen Marquis' personal cultivation spaces. They lacked even the qualification to approach. Now Lin Yuan was assigned to live there. This level of favor was immeasurably grand. Having familiarized himself briefly with Qingfen Marquis' gathered sovereign-level disciples, Lin Yuan followed the Marquis to the front of the sky-burning court. The sky-burning court is one of my cultivation spaces. Stored within are countless scriptures and inheritances, spanning not only Qingfen domain but also knowledge from other domains, even including the royal archives of Fierce Sun ancient country. Qingfen Marquis informed Lin Yuan, studying these texts and inheriting this knowledge will provide clarity on your future path of cultivation. Thank you, Marquis. Lin Yuan expressed his gratitude immediately. For Lin Yuan, knowledge and inheritance were far more urgent desires than treasures or weapons. Using his against heaven's understanding, the more vast the pool of wisdom, the faster Lin Yuan's growth rate could soar without limits. However, knowledge and inheritance remained priceless commodities throughout any realm, especially here. The meticulously curated teachings in Sky-Burning Court were bound to be comprehensible and efficient for deeper insights. Once you've spent a year or two inside gaining a basic comprehension of your cultivation path, come find me again. Qingfen Marquis smiled before vanishing. Sky-Burning Court. With renewed resolve, Lin Yuan stepped forward into the space. Main universe. Lin Yuan continued both refining the Jade Gourd and advancing in the Tao, simultaneously delving into his understanding. The rules differed from those of Chaos Void, allowing Lin Yuan's comprehension of cosmic laws to accelerate at a constant pace. Time flowed steadily. 300 years swiftly passed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1004 Chaos Void. S.E.A. The Novel Fire. In website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chaos Chi Drifting. A vast chaos continent raced forward, continuously crossing great stretches of spacetime, advancing toward its predetermined destination. On the chaos continent, Lin Yuan's gaze remained calm, clearly sensing the distance between himself and his true self rapidly growing further apart. If not for stepping into the 12th tier, with his mental will surging, he might not have been able to maintain this avatar at this moment. My spacetime perception has already reached the peak of the 7th realm. The maximum range this avatar can operate within is 1,000-fold, even 10,000-fold higher than before stepping into the 12th tier. It's sufficient. Lin Yuan thought to himself. To avoid the aftermath of an impending battle between two Chaos Great Saints, the Chaos Continent of Ancient Ming began its migration after the conclusion of the Thousand Treasures Convention. Lin Yuan's avatar stayed behind on the Chaos Continent of Ancient Ming, serving as an anchor point. In Lin Yuan's vision, after the great cosmic destruction of his home universe, the new home of human civilization would likely be near the Chaos Continent of Ancient Ming. First, being close to a chaos continent would provide undeniable safety. Second, the ancient Ming Venerable was quite benevolent and stable in temperament, otherwise, he wouldn't have publicly announced that the original region was about to become the battlefield of the two great saints. After the great cosmic destruction, stability would be the most crucial factor for the new home of human civilization. Life from the universe would have just entered the chaos void and would require a stable environment for adaptation. Let's take a look. Lin Yuan stepped out of the inn and headed toward the trading district of Mingchuan City. Galaxy, why not come by our shop for a look? We've just received a batch of new goods, specializing in enjoyment. Galaxy, what's the use of enjoyment? If you've got the money, better to buy a suitable weapon. Our shop has the largest selection of weapons. As Lin Yuan walked through the area, several 12th-tier path-splitting realm beings greeted him proactively. Although he was merely an avatar, the aura Lin Yuan displayed was that of a path-splitting realm at its peak, more than enough to intimidate most path-splitting realm beings. In the Chaos Void, 12th-tier path-splitting realm beings were qualified to roam freely, but there weren't many who reached the peak of the path-splitting realm, and beings at the Dominator realm were even fewer. As for Chaos Venerables, they were titans ruling their domain, beings that ordinary path-splitting realm existences could hardly even encounter. Despite being an avatar, Lin Yuan possessed the strength of a peak path-splitting realm being, naturally attracting efforts from many path-splitting realm beings seeking friendship. After all, one more ally meant one more path forward. Lin Yuan smiled and exchanged greetings as he went, quickly arriving at the front of a palace. Galaxy, you've come. A middle-aged man with heavy wings stepped forward to greet him. Wuxia, how's it going? Do you have a suitable fragment world that meets my requirements? Fragment worlds were the fragment meteors, orbiting around the chaos continent of ancient Ming. These could be slightly modified to become excellent places of residence, thus earning the name fragment worlds. Galaxy, your requirements for fragment worlds, large enough and entirely free of radiation, are hard to meet, the middle-aged man with heavy wings remarked, shaking his head. The so-called fragment meteors were formed from a mix of various materials in the chaos void, eventually drawn by the gravitational pull of the chaos continent to orbit it. The composition of these materials was complex, with many emitting radiation effects. 12th-tier path-splitting realm beings could naturally ignore such effects, but weaker beings, those at the 8th tier, 9th tier, or even the 1st and 2nd tiers, prolonged exposure to such radiation wasn't beneficial. That's precisely why I've come to you, Wuxia, Lin Yuan said with a smile. Wuxia, one of the disciples of the ancient Ming Venerable, was specifically responsible for overseeing the fragment meteors orbiting the chaos continent of ancient Ming. Since you've come to me, Galaxy, I'll make sure it's handled perfectly, Wuxia said, looking at Lin Yuan and shaking his head with a wry smile. In truth, most path-splitting realm beings regarded Lin Yuan as the pinnacle of the path-splitting realm, but Wuxia, being a dominant force himself, had already concluded that Lin Yuan was also a being at the Dominator level. After all, Wuxia had determined that Lin Yuan before him was not the true self but merely an avatar. An avatar that exuded the aura and strength of a peak Dominator realm being. There was no doubt that the true Lin Yuan belonged firmly to the Dominator realm. Precisely for this reason, Wuxia treated Lin Yuan as a brother. Otherwise, as a disciple of the ancient Ming Venerable, how could Wuxia care about a mere path-splitting realm pinnacle? In fact, there are indeed a few fragment worlds that meet your criteria, Galaxy. Wuxia lifted his hand, and several miniature, fragment meteors, appeared before Lin Yuan. These were scaled-down replicas of fragment meteors orbiting the chaos continent of ancient Ming. These? Lin Yuan immediately grew interested. How many chaos stones? This fragment world, 180,000 chaos stones, that one, 170,000 chaos stones. Wuxia began his introductions. Too expensive. Lin Yuan shook his head. For the purpose of finding a new home for human civilization, Lin Yuan had already negotiated with 9 supreme beings, deciding that the chaos stones for this purchase would come from the human civilization treasury, with a budget set between 120,000 and 150,000 chaos stones. Expensive, huh? Wuxia nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, they are a bit pricey, but these fragment worlds are entirely free of radiation impact, making them ideal for nurturing a population. If you feel it's too costly, I can help you search for other options. Once you offered. Unsuccessful transactions didn't affect the rapport, and once you showed no annoyance at Lin Yuan finding the prices high. Trouble you, wants you, Lin Yuan said. The search for a new home for human civilization wasn't urgent. From the beginning of the great cosmic destruction to complete annihilation of the main universe, there was still ample time. Lin Yuan could afford to wait for a more suitable, fragment world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1005, Infinite Void. Please subscribe. _2 After all, this transaction involved more than 100,000 chaos stones. To put together that kind of wealth, human civilization had nearly been emptied, so caution was naturally required. Main universe. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, the surrounding time and space faintly collapsing. Thousands of rules actively withdrew, causing the area around Lin Yuan to entirely devolve into a black hole, devoid of any operational rules. 300 years of cultivation, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. In these 300 years, he had fully reached the peak of the seventh realm in the domain of spatio-temporal fusion rule. He was just a hair away from the eightfold realm of spacetime. Additionally, his mental willpower had grown significantly. Of course, the greatest improvement lay within his internal universe. 290 years ago, Lin Yuan had successfully refined the Jade Gourd, obtaining the inheritance contained within the Jade Gourd, Infinite Void. This inheritance, created by a 13th-order temporal life form, was specifically designed to shape the foundation of one's internal universe and consisted of 7 layers. Theoretically, upon cultivating to the 7th layer, one's internal universe would evolve into a colossus comparable to the Chaos Void, capable of sweeping across everything. However, the 7th layer of Infinite Void was purely theoretical. Even the Jade Gourd's creator, that 13th-order temporal life form, had not reached it, merely speculating its potential. Even so, this inheritance was unimaginably powerful. Simply mastering the first layer and stepping into Infinite Void would elevate one's internal universe to the level of a Chaos Venerable's internal cosmos. The first layer is complete. Lin Yuan sensed the aura of his internal universe, which faintly radiated terrifying pulses of energy. After nearly 300 years of cultivation, Lin Yuan had finally mastered the first layer of Infinite Void. Your internal universe now bears little difference from that of the Chaos Realm's internal universe. A girl in red appeared within his internal universe and, observing the vast cosmos spanning nearly 20 million light-years, casually remarked. The Infinite Universe inheritance imposed steep demands on cultivators. Normally, without reaching the Mastery Realm, one's foundation would be insufficient to comprehend it. Even at the Mastery Realm, achieving the first layer would not come easily. It required tremendous effort, energy, and time. The girl in red originally intended to offer Lin Yuan a word of caution, reminding him not to be arrogant, as the first layer of Infinite Void was far from sufficient to command the Chaos Void. But upon realizing Lin Yuan was merely at the peak of path-splitting realm, she fell silent. The idea of mastering the first layer of Infinite Void at path-splitting realm, and having an internal universe equivalent to that of the Chaos Realms? Even with the memories imparted to her by the Jade Gourd's creator, she had never encountered such a precedent. Right now, my strength still falls short when compared to a true Chaos Venerable. Lin Yuan scrutinized himself and arrived at a conclusion. An internal universe merely equivalent to that of a Chaos Venerable. Naturally, it was inferior to the entirety of the latter's capabilities. After all, the abilities of a Chaos Venerable were not limited to their internal universe. Probably slightly stronger than the Chaos Dragon Beast on ancient Ming Chaos Continent, Lin Yuan assessed inwardly. The Chaos Dragon Beast on ancient Ming Chaos Continent was a marvel birthed by the Chaos Void, its veins carrying traces of temporal bloodline. That was how it nearly rivaled a true Chaos Venerable while still at the peak of the Mastery realm. The Chaos Dragon Beast had depended on its inherent advantages, while Lin Yuan relied entirely on his own accumulation and foundation. Soar the Nulfer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. In truth, Lin Yuan's actual potential far exceeded that of the Chaos Dragon Beast. After all, the Chaos Dragon Beast had already reached the peak of the Mastery realm, whereas Lin Yuan was still at the pinnacle of Path-Splitting realm. At merely the pinnacle of Path-Splitting realm, he could suppress the Chaos Dragon Beast. When he stepped into Mastery realm and underwent another evolution in strength, he might even rank among the strong within the Chaos Venerables. Internal universe. Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred, urging the power of his internal universe to spread outward across the starry skies. Hiss, large swaths of the starry skies dissolved into void. This power far exceeded the pinnacle of Path-Splitting realm. In the next moment, the consciousness of the origin source of the universe descended, circling Lin Yuan several times before slowly withdrawing. The consciousness of the origin source of the universe didn't suppress me. Seeing this, Lin Yuan was pensive. He had been prepared for suppression by the consciousness and ready to flee into the Xianhuang secret realm if it occurred. Yet, as it turned out, the consciousness of the origin source had not acted as he anticipated. Is it because the cost of suppressing me would be too great? Lin Yuan speculated inwardly. The consciousness of the origin source had no personal emotions. All its actions were rooted in considering the overall needs and balance of the universe. The rule forbidding powers beyond the pinnacle of Path-Splitting realm existed simply because such destructive force could irreparably impact the universe's production and balance. Thus, this iron law came to be. Yet Lin Yuan. Just moments ago, the destruction Lin Yuan wrought far exceeded the pinnacle of Path-Splitting realm. When the consciousness of the origin source manifested, it discerned Lin Yuan's true strength. The cost of suppressing Lin Yuan now posed a monumental challenge, even for the consciousness of the origin source, consuming massive amounts of the source itself. In the end, it chose to withdraw. The consciousness of the origin source weighed the pros and cons, concluding that suppressing Lin Yuan was disproportionately costly. As long as I don't directly attack the consciousness of the origin source, I can act as I please within this universe, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan was well aware that the consciousness tolerance for him had limits. If he crossed these boundaries or violated certain fundamental principles, even with awareness of the heavy costs involved in suppressing Lin Yuan, the consciousness would act. I wonder what would happen if I chose to leave this universe now. Lin Yuan suddenly mused. Given his size and power, one could only imagine how much energy and resources from the universe he had absorbed. If he were to depart permanently, the consciousness of the origin source would undoubtedly react violently. Lin Yuan speculated that this was the consciousness' bottom line. Never mind, I won't try. Lin Yuan shook his head. Leaving the universe at present would result in full-scale suppression from the consciousness of the origin source at its peak prowess. Yet if he waited until after the great collapse of the universe, when the consciousness was about to enter a dormant state, the resistance and suppression would be significantly reduced. Domain of the Robber Clan. An enigmatic land. Outside an ordinary wooden cabin. A robber clan ultimate stepped out of the cabin and suddenly looked in a particular direction. That is power exceeding the pinnacle of Path-Splitting realm. The seemingly ordinary wooden cabin was a secret treasure left behind by the progenitor of the robber clan. Not only could it survive one cosmic collapse after another, but it also served as a device to monitor various powers within the universe. Moments ago, two robber clan ultimates clearly sensed the emergence of an aura surpassing the pinnacle of Path-Splitting realm. It's the aura of the strongest entity in the galaxy. Have they unleashed power beyond Path-Splitting realm? The robber clan ultimate within the cabin remarked inquisitively. The ultimate outside the cabin looked equally perplexed. They harbored no doubt about the galaxy's strongest being possessing power surpassing the pinnacle of path-splitting realm. A casually conjured avatar could wield strength at that level, and their true self undoubtedly resided in the Mastery Realm. Yet the reason they did not reveal Mastery Realm level power was simply due to the universe's constraints. But earlier, the Galaxy Master displayed prowess at the Mastery Realm level. Did the Galaxy Master not fear suppression from the consciousness of the origin source? As beings who had endured from the previous cosmic era to this one, they knew full well that displaying power at the pinnacle of path-splitting realm automatically invited suppression from the consciousness of the origin source. Lin Yuan, as a life form born within this cosmic era, had a slightly broader allowance, but unleashing power beyond the pinnacle of path-splitting realm would still provoke suppression. The experience of such suppression by the consciousness was hardly pleasant. The consciousness of the origin source did not act. It retreated. Soon after, the two robber clan ultimates widened their eyes. Through the wooden cabin's sensory capabilities, they confirmed the arrival of the consciousness of the origin source at the area where the Galaxy Master had unleashed their power. Yet ultimately, no suppression transpired in that location. The consciousness of the origin source did nothing and withdrew rapidly. The consciousness of the origin source retreated voluntarily. The robber clan ultimate outside the wooden cabin looked visibly shocked, their very essence trembling uncontrollably. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1006 Befuddled Lord Qingfen, Seeking Subscriptions. The Chaos Void is boundless, nurturing countless universes. Each universe is equivalent to a chaos venerable in scale. Within a universe, the will of its origin source reigns supreme. A path-splitting realm peak entity can easily suppress others. Even if a master-level life form emerges, it cannot compete with the consciousness of the universe's origin source. Inside a universe, it is like the home turf of a chaos venerable. What can an ordinary master-level life form use to resist it? Yet just now, the Galaxy Supreme erupted with power surpassing the path-splitting realm peak, and the consciousness of the universe's origin source not only refrained from suppressing but retreated on its own. The two robber clan ultimates did not think this was the kindness of the origin source consciousness. The consciousness of the origin source inherently lacks emotions like kindness. The only reason the origin source consciousness would make such a decision can only be that it believes suppressing the Galaxy Supreme is not worth it. Chaos Realm. Did the Galaxy Supreme cross into the Chaos Realm? The voice of the robber clan ultimate inside the wooden cabin trembled noticeably. Even though they had long theorized that the Galaxy Supreme might be the reincarnation of a great saint. But this cultivation speed is simply too fast. From the birth of the Galaxy Supreme to the present, in only about a millennium, they've directly grown to the Chaos Realm. Even if not Chaos Realm, the Galaxy Supreme's strength is infinitely close to the Chaos Realm. At the very least, they could challenge a venerable, or else the origin source consciousness would not retreat like this. The robber clan ultimate outside the wooden cabin spoke in a hushed tone. Even within the universe, trying to suppress a chaos venerable requires monumental effort and might even precipitate an early arrival of the Great Destruction. The Galaxy Supreme. Who exactly is this Galaxy Supreme the reincarnation of, among the peerless great saints? The robber clan ultimate inside the cabin steadied himself, unable to suppress his curiosity. Even as a reincarnation of a great saint, crossing into the Chaos Realm so quickly is an almost impossible feat after great saints reincarnate, their comprehension of laws and spiritual will won't pose barriers. But realm breakthroughs aren't achieved solely through law comprehension and spiritual will. The physical body and soul must keep pace as well. Even if one possesses the law comprehension of a great saint, if their physical body remains that of an ordinary mortal, they wouldn't match up against a path-splitting realm life form. Rather than wondering which great saint reincarnated as the Galaxy Supreme, I'm more curious about why the Galaxy Supreme chose to reincarnate. The robber clan ultimate outside the cabin echoed the intrigue. At the critical moment, they had made the right decision by swiftly forging an amicable relationship with the Galaxy Supreme, allowing them to peacefully observe and discuss now. Indeed, why would such a formidable life form choose to reincarnate? The robber clan ultimate inside the cabin also expressed doubts. Reincarnation means starting anew, wiping away portions of memory. Even a peerless great saint would bear certain risks in reincarnation. Without an extraordinarily compelling reason, no great saint would willingly reincarnate. The Xianhuang's secret realm. Lin Yuan's figure appeared. After mastering the second layer of infinite void, the universe within me underwent a significant transformation, raising the limits of my physical body and soul yet again. Lin Yuan carefully sensed himself, thinking inwardly. A powerful physical body and soul would birth an equally powerful internal universe. Conversely, a sufficiently powerful internal universe would nourish back the physical body and soul. Physical body, soul, and internal universe are intrinsically one, constituting a complementary relationship. The time frame for me to cross into the Master Realm now appears to be around 1800 years, Lin Yuan estimated in his mind. The hardest part of breaking from path-splitting realm to the Master Realm is comprehending the space-time rule to the seventh realm and expanding the internal universe to a radius of 1 million light-years. These requirements had long been achieved by Lin Yuan. What held Lin Yuan back from advancing past path-splitting realm was instead the lack of his physical body and soul reaching their limits. A typical path-splitting realm peak life form, having lived long enough, would have long surpassed the limits of their body and soul. But Lin Yuan's strength advanced too quickly, and his lifespan remained too short. His physical body and soul had incredibly high limits, and this simplest of requirements in turn restricted his progress into the Master Realm. 1800 years, it's not long. Lin Yuan shook his head. If not for mastering the second layer of infinite void, allowing the internal universe to evolve and provide immense nourishment to his physical body and soul. Otherwise, based on Lin Yuan's own projections, his physical body and soul might take 5,000 or 6,000 years to reach their limits. Infinite void's second layer. Lin Yuan began deducing further. The first layer of infinite void had already yielded substantial benefits, and the advantages brought by a solid foundation were too great. Naturally, Lin Yuan aimed to progress further in this inheritance. The second layer of infinite void, would its enhancement of the internal universe approach the level of a chaos great saint? Lin Yuan's heart tinged with a trace of marvel. The novel_fire. Ed website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If that truly were the case, mastering the second layer might enable him to crush ordinary chaos venerables. The life essence required for the second layer of infinite void. Seems it necessitates at least the Master Realm for me to reach. Lin Yuan continued browsing, his expression showing slight regret. Without a sufficient depth of life essence, one couldn't sustain the incomparably robust internal universe required. It seems I'll have to step into the Master Realm first. Lin Yuan thought inwardly. As of now, all of his aspects were entrenched in bottlenecks. Without reaching the Master Realm, his strength would struggle to undergo substantial qualitative changes. The Feng Yuan World, Qingfen City, Sky Burning Court. Sky Burning Court was ostensibly a courtyard, but its main structure was a 13-story pagoda. 3 centuries in the main universe equated to merely 1 year within the Feng Yuan world. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in the pagoda, voraciously absorbing an array of inheritance scriptures. These inheritance scriptures were amassed over countless years by Lord Qingfen, nearly exhaustive in scope, even encompassing cultivation methodologies from other ancient countries. Your perception transcends boundaries. Reading inheritance scriptures, you intuit the essence of corresponding paths. By perusing an untold number of inheritance texts, Lin Yuan gradually sensed the boundless wisdom and myriad paths embedded within them. This Feng Yuan world had an entirely distinct operational framework of rules compared to the chaos void, even for similar rules of fire, their manifestations diverged radically. If Lin Yuan were left to slowly comprehend, it would waste immense time as he'd have to meticulously discern the nuances of these rules. Yet by reading these inheritance texts, by mapping them onto the myriad inheritance scriptures from the chaos void, Lin Yuan's comprehension of the Feng Yuan world's principles shot up rapidly. Over the course of a year, aside from reading countless inheritance texts, Lin Yuan hadn't slacked, had also managed to condense nearly 8,000 seeds of the fierce sun. Condensing seeds of the fierce sun required little effort and concentration for Lin Yuan, allowing him to multitask efficiently. Additionally, his recovery and adaptation along the martial arts evolution road proceeded in parallel with the seed condensation. In essence, inheritance scriptures translate the universe's grand Tao into a more comprehensible format. The rules governing this Feng Yuan world's Tao are no less intricate than those of the chaos void. If I can fully comprehend them, their benefits will be immeasurable. Lin Yuan extended a hand toward a fallen leaf, which appeared crisp and green, inscribed with insights into a pathway brimming with eternal vitality. In this Feng Yuan world, great lords correspond to venerables of the chaos void, while heavenly venerates align with great saints. Typically, any powerhouse hailed as a marquis by the fierce sun ancient country has reached the great lord level, while those titled as king are on par with heavenly venerates. Lin Yuan's mind conjured copious information. Lord Qingfen was indeed a great lord, albeit a peak-level great lord who was dangerously close to the heavenly venerate level. Powerhouses at the great lord level generally use chaos rules to give birth to their own individual Tao. In this regard, they surpass venerables of the chaos void. Lin Yuan mused silently. All Tao and rules originate from chaos, and chaos itself can birth myriad Tao. For instance, Lord Qingfen wielded his cyan flames. Could they possibly be ordinary flames? Those were born of chaos rules, chaos flame, capable even of effortlessly incinerating space-time. Yet the powerhouses of this Feng Yuan world tend to have comparatively weaker foundations due to their lack of support from internal universes. By reading these countless inheritance scriptures, Lin Yuan discerned the strengths and weaknesses between these two dimensions of the universe. Thanks to the seeds of the fierce sun, the lives of the fierce sun ancient country exceeded their counterparts in the chaos void in rule comprehension by a significant margin. Thus, they more readily birthed chaos rules and explored them further. For instance, the technique of using chaos rules to create myriad Tao, in the chaos void, this might already qualify as having stepped into the great saint's domain. This floor is finished. Lin Yuan placed down the emerald green leaf he had been examining, realizing that had exhausted all the inheritance scriptures surrounding him. Time to ascend to the 13th floor. Lin Yuan stood up. The sky-burning court consisted of 13 floors, with each successive floor containing increasingly complex and profound inheritance texts. Having already completed the previous 12 floors over the past year, Lin Yuan now sought to ascend to the 13th. One must fully comprehend all inheritance scriptures of the 12th floor in order to access the 13th. Gazing at the transparent barrier leading to the 13th floor, Lin Yuan smiled faintly. In truth, not only did the 12th floor require this condition for entry, all prior floors did as well. Buzz. Lin Yuan casually coalesced a strand of aura containing the essence of all the inheritance texts from the 12th floor, effortlessly ascending to the 13th floor. The path of cultivation demands reverence. Lord Qingfen opened his eyes, his gaze profound. That disciple of mine, after encountering the countless inheritance texts within the sky-burning court and gaining some understanding of this world, should have cultivated a sense of reverence by now. A smile appeared on Lord Qingfen's face. Lin Yuan's talent was shockingly powerful, even Lord Qingfen admitted inferiority. Yet no matter how strong a talent may be, it remains merely talent. To reach the pinnacle of cultivation, one must possess a heart brimming with reverence. Therefore, upon bringing Lin Yuan to this place, Lord Qingfen had deliberately refrained from teaching him anything directly, instead throwing him straight into the sky-burning court. Within it resided innumerable inheritance scriptures. As long as Lin Yuan explored and read even a fraction of them, he would intuit the limitless wisdom and pathways embedded within. The more he witnessed and understood, the more he would perceive his own insignificance. Wouldn't such reverence naturally emerge in the process? Sky-burning court. Lord Qingfen's gaze fell upon the sky-burning court. Until now, he had intentionally avoided observing it to spare himself any embarrassment from seeing Lin Yuan potentially flustered and restless. With a year's worth of accumulation, the time was ripe for him to show up and offer guidance, instilling greater awareness in Lin Yuan of the vast heights and profound depths of the Tao. Under Lord Qingfen's gaze, the entirety of the sky-burning court came into view. Yet for precisely this reason, upon seeing clearly inside the sky-burning court, Lord Qingfen instantly became somewhat stupefied. What is this? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1007 Unprecedented Physical Body Divine Ability. Please subscribe. The 13th floor of the sky-burning court houses a vast collection of scriptures and inheritances, with the profundity increasing with each higher floor, progressing from simple to complex. The first floor is the easiest to comprehend, while the 13th floor is the most abstruse and difficult. CTH Novel, F. Iyer. In website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Furthermore, to ascend to the next floor, one must completely comprehend all the scriptures and inheritances of the current floor. This design was intentionally created by Lord Qingfen. If there were no such restriction, Lin Yuan could access any floor at will, and when encountering scriptures and inheritances he could not comprehend, he might dismiss them as being beyond his level. Failing to understand would become a natural occurrence. In Lord Qingfen's conception, Lin Yuan would be trapped on the first floor, struggling to advance, only to realize he was still on the first floor. With merely the content of the first floor being so abstruse, what would the second, third, and even 13th floors be like? Such a natural sense of awe would undoubtedly arise. At that point, Lord Qingfen would reappear, seize the opportunity to reprimand him strategically. In merely a year or two, he could temper Lin Yuan's mental resilience to the greatest extent. The 13th floor. Lord Qingfen looked over the sky-burning court, where Lin Yuan was currently seated on the 13th floor, fully immersed in browsing the vast collection of scriptures and inheritances of this level. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. Were it not for the myriad prohibitions within the sky-burning court being personally arranged by him, ensuring that no anomaly could escape his detection, Lord Qingfen might even suspect that Lin Yuan had used some means to directly ascend from the first floor to the 13th floor. He comprehended the scriptures and inheritances of the 12 previous floors completely. Lord Qingfen was incredulous, while the images in his mind began to flow backward. Over the past year, the fragments of Lin Yuan's progress from the first floor to the second to the third, and finally from the 12th to the 13th floor, flashed before him entirely. 3 days to fully comprehend the scriptures of the first floor, 16 days for the second, 28 days for the third. The sky-burning court was created by Lord Qingfen himself, and everything within it could be easily retraced by him, allowing no detail to escape. Based on the speed at which he comprehended the scriptures of the 12 previous floors, fully comprehending the scriptures and inheritances of the 13th floor should also be quick. The shock in Lord Qingfen's heart was indescribable, and were it not for witnessing it with his own eyes, he could hardly believe such a being could exist in this world. To condense the seed of the fierce sun. That pertains to talent, something innate. Lord Qingfen could still comprehend that. But to fully grasp the countless scriptures and inheritances he had collected within just a year. The 13th floor of the sky-burning court. Lin Yuan swiftly browsed through one scripture and inheritance after another. The scriptures and inheritances on the 13th floor were far more profound than those on the previous 12 floors, primarily delving into the principles of chaos birthing all things. Chaos flame. Chaos water. Chaos gold. Chaos space. Chaos time. Insights and inspiration continually sparked within Lin Yuan's mind. The countless scriptures and inheritances within the sky-burning court provided immense aid to him. Without these, the path Lin Yuan had walked to reach this point would likely have required far more unnecessary time. Ah, so that's it. Lin Yuan put down the final scripture, his expression reflective. I could even try using the chaos rules as a foundation to evolve specific rules-based power? Lin Yuan pondered silently to himself. The standalone golden rules, even if completely comprehended, have attack limits that are ultimately capped, certainly inferior to the killing power of rules fused at the same level. But chaos gold. That is power evolved from the chaos rules. Chaos rules themselves aren't inherently killing rules, but they can evolve and birth attack powers nearly without limit. Lin Yuan raised his head and noticed a figure in a green robe standing not far away. It was Lord Qingfen. Marquis. Lin Yuan immediately stood and greeted him. Toward Lord Qingfen, Lin Yuan maintained a great deal of respect. On the cultivation path, the strong serve as mentors, and Lord Qingfen's strength and realm were undoubtedly worthy of Lin Yuan's admiration. Lord Qingfen nodded and, after a moment, asked tentatively, "You finished reading everything?" "Yes. Thank you, Marquis. These scriptures and inheritances have helped me greatly." Lin Yuan said sincerely. "Helped you greatly." Lord Qingfen was silent for a while. "If they've been of help to you, that's good." Lord Qingfen glanced around and then continued, "Having completed reading all the scriptures and inheritances on the 13th floor, you must now have some understanding of your future cultivation path." Lin Yuan listened quietly. "From today onwards, focus entirely on comprehending rules," Lord Qingfen said. "What about condensing the seed of the fierce sun?" Lin Yuan, filled with doubt, inquired. "The seed of the fierce sun?" Lord Qingfen shook his head. "The difficulty of condensing a single seed of the fierce sun now is much greater than the previous thousands of seeds of the fierce sun." "That's true." Lin Yuan nodded. "Condensing the seed of the fierce sun serves two purposes." Lord Qingfen looked at Lin Yuan. "First, to enhance the breadth of rule comprehension. Second, to transform the physical body into the fierce sun divine body. Currently, your physical body has already begun its transformation. In at most 10,000 years, it'll fully transform into the fierce sun divine body. The two purposes of the seed of the fierce sun have essentially reached their extremes, and condensing more seeds of the fierce sun won't yield much benefit." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan suddenly understood. Lord Qingfen's words were indeed true. For Lin Yuan, the benefits of condensing the seed of the fierce sun now were far inferior to what they had been before. This wasn't because the enhancement of rule comprehension through the seed of the fierce sun had diminished, but rather because Lin Yuan's foundational rule comprehension had already improved significantly. In the beginning, Lin Yuan's foundational rule comprehension was merely at 10, condensing one seed of the fierce sun would increase it by 1 unit. An instant increase of 1/10 could be immediately felt and visually perceived in its assistance to self-growth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1008 Unprecedented Physical Body Divine Ability. Please subscribe, _2 But now, Lin Yuan's foundational rule comprehension has reached a magnitude of 10 million. Even after condensing another seed of the fierce sun, it would only enhance the magnitude of rule comprehension by a mere 1/10,000,000th. The most critical point is that currently, condensing another seed of the fierce sun requires far more effort and mental energy compared to when the first seed was condensed. It is precisely for this reason that the powerhouses of the fierce sun ancient country, upon stepping into the self-Tao realm and condensing hundreds to thousands of seeds of the fierce sun, tend to pause this endeavor and redirect their focus toward cultivating rule comprehension. A rare few ambitious individuals, however, will persist in condensing more seeds of the fierce sun, driven by the aspiration to transform their physical bodies into the solar divine body. The solar divine body is indisputably the most formidable physique within the fierce sun ancient country. Currently, Lin Yuan's physical body has already begun the transformation into the solar divine body, and the benefits associated with condensing the seeds of the fierce sun have been fully realized. This is why Lord Qingfen has made such a suggestion. Continuing to devote effort and focus on condensing more seeds of the fierce sun now appears somewhat counterproductive. Lord Marquis, is it true that condensing the seeds of the fierce sun only has these two benefits? Lin Yuan thought for a moment and asked. This question arose due to the number of seeds of the fierce sun he had condensed when his physical body began the transformation into the solar divine body, exactly 3,333. Lin Yuan was utterly familiar with this number. Beyond it, he speculated that 33,333 seeds of the fierce sun might lead to new changes. Moreover, at present, Lin Yuan had nearly 20,000 seeds of the fierce sun within his body. He vaguely sensed that condensing more seeds of the fierce sun would yield immense benefits. It was as if, halfway down a path, fragments of the destination began to come into view. Not entirely. Lord Qingfen paused briefly before explaining. It is said that the royal lineage of the fierce sun ancient country, blessed with powerful bloodlines, can easily condense seed after seed of the fierce sun coupled with the solar radiance blessing. The difficulty of condensing these seeds is drastically reduced. When their seeds of the fierce sun reach a certain quantity, they gain certain abilities. Solar radiance blessing. Lin Yuan sharply picked up on this statement. The royal lineage of the fierce sun ancient country, their origins are unfathomable. Every royal member of the ancient country can bask in the radiance of the fierce sun. Even without doing anything, they can autonomously condense seeds of the fierce sun. That is why the royal lineage dares to pursue more seeds of the fierce sun. As for beings outside the royal family, they do not need to waste effort on this. Lord Qingfen elaborated. This is the most rational course of action. The royal lineage of the ancient country, shielded by their ancestral legacy, attempts to condense more seeds of the fierce sun effortlessly. Yet for regular beings, imitating such behavior would be rather foolish. What abilities are gained from condensing more seeds of the fierce sun? Lin Yuan pondered briefly before questioning. Although condensing seeds of the fierce sun had undeniably become far more challenging compared to the beginning, Lin Yuan had managed to condense one seed per breath initially. Even though the pace had now slowed, it remained considerable. The specifics of these abilities, I am uncertain. These secrets are reserved for the royal lineage of the ancient country. Lord Qingfen shook his head and replied, if you intend to condense more seeds of the fierce sun, you may proceed, but do not exhaust all your mental energy. Rule comprehension, a grasp of the Tao, is the foundation above all. Seeing Lin Yuan's evident interest in condensing the seeds of the fierce sun, Lord Qingfen did not obstruct him. After all, anyone capable of condensing tens of thousands of seeds before the age of 500 would grow curious about the powers of the ancient country's royal lineage. The comprehension of rules and the Tao is no less powerful than the path of the ancient country's royal lineage. Even heavenly venerate-level experts are able to hold their ground against the might of the ancient nation. Lord Qingfen reminded earnestly. Understood. Lin Yuan responded with determination. Be it rule comprehension or the condensation of more seeds of the fierce sun, he was determined to pursue both. The process of condensing seeds of the fierce sun wasn't difficult for Lin Yuan, he could accomplish it gradually. If you still have questions, feel free to ask. Lord Qingfen gazed at Lin Yuan. Lord Marquis, I wish to know, the eternal sun hanging above the heavens, what level of existence is it truly on? Lin Yuan voiced his greatest curiosity. Since arriving in this Feng Yuan world, the eternal sun had continuously illuminated everything. Lin Yuan speculated that the eternal sun might very well be a 13th level temporal entity, but he had no confirmation. It must not be spoken of. Lord Qingfen's expression grew solemn, offering no elaboration. Seeing this, Lin Yuan felt a chilling apprehension. Lord Qingfen's demeanor seemed as if merely mentioning it would attract attention. But this place was the sky-burning court, Lord Qingfen's domain. If Lin Yuan refrained from speaking the name, who could possibly discover it? There was only one possibility, that the eternal sun itself could perceive it. No matter how far, no matter where, as long as the name of the eternal sun was uttered, the entity could somehow sense it. Judging by Lord Qingfen's evident wariness, it seemed probable that this perception wasn't mere awareness but also the capacity to act through the faintest connection. Of course, as a marquis of the fierce sun ancient country, Lord Qingfen counted as one of its own. Even if the eternal sun intervened, it would not strike lethally but likely impose a reprimand. Remember, within the fierce sun ancient country, you must never mention that entity's name. Lord Qingfen warned gravely. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded earnestly. In truth, back in the Yu family, Lin Yuan had noticed that people rarely dared to even utter the existence of the eternal sun. At the time, he had merely presumed it was a typical manifestation of reverence. Now it was clear, this wasn't reverence, it was fear. The path you will walk, I can at most give a few pointers. As for how you navigate it, that is ultimately up to you. Lord Qingfen spoke, I will provide all the resources you need during your cultivation period, and I will do my best to resolve any doubts you encounter in your training. But the main journey is yours alone to complete. Thank you, Lord Marquis. Lin Yuan expressed his gratitude. You are my disciple, there is no need for such formalities. Lord Qingfen waved dismissively. Also, refrain from traveling too far in the near future. The Qingfen domain has become rather unsettled recently. If there is anything that needs to be done, have someone else take care of it. Sir the Ovalfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Yes, understood. Lin Yuan promptly agreed. Even if he were allowed to travel far, Lin Yuan had no intention of doing so. Unsettled. Lin Yuan mused silently, recalling countless transmissions and legacies from the sky-burning court. He too recognized that this Fang Yuan world was not solely dominated by the fierce sun ancient country alone. There existed other ancient countries as well. These ancient countries were colossal entities, each standing as a monument across the vast Fang Yuan world. Between them, peace was far from guaranteed. Lord Qingfen exchanged a few more words with Lin Yuan before departing. As for the sky-burning court, it continued to serve as Lin Yuan's residence. These cultivation resources, soon enough, Lin Yuan received vast amounts of cultivation resources dispatched by Lord Qingfen. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, days had elapsed. Physical body divine ability, seated cross-legged, Lin Yuan could sense the profound bloodline pulses within his body. Numerous primordial essences stirred nervously, intertwining and colliding. The condensation of physical body divine ability has begun. Lin Yuan observed intently. This Fang Yuan world was extraordinarily endowed, its bloodline powers unmatched. The resulting physical body divine ability would likely provide Lin Yuan with tremendous assistance. Up until now, Lin Yuan had already awakened 6 types of physical body divine abilities, each of which had enormously boosted his inner foundations. Even the seemingly least useful ability, Mountain Shifter, had directly raised Lin Yuan's combat skill in physical body confrontations and deepened his comprehension of the rules of force. Hence, Lin Yuan held great anticipation for the physical body divine ability about to be awakened. Much like the comprehension of rules, physical body divine abilities could also be carried back into the chaos void, where they would universally benefit his countless true selves, avatars, and primordial spirit projections. This time, the formation of the physical body divine ability will take 2 millennia. Lin Yuan carefully perceived, studying the tempering process of primordial bloodline essences deep within him and roughly deducing the time required for the physical body divine ability to emerge. Having awakened 6 such abilities already, Lin Yuan was highly experienced in these matters. Such a long duration. Lin Yuan felt a twinge of surprise. Back when condensing the divine ability, elemental body, Lin Yuan had already realized that the awakening of physical body divine abilities required long periods of gestation. The reason lay in the incredible complexity of bloodlines within any living being, a multitude beyond counting. Identifying the most formidable bloodline and condensing it into a corresponding divine ability. It was no simple matter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1009, The Shock of the 9 Supreme Beings. Subscribe please. The physical body divine ability I awakened this time. Lin Yuan's heart raced. Judging from the process of nurturing the physical body divine ability, it can be concluded, the longer the nurturing time, the stronger the awakened divine ability will be. After all, martial Tao evolves through the principle of survival of the fittest when selecting physical body divine abilities. If a divine ability isn't strong enough, and the nurturing time is prolonged, it won't become the final awakened ability. Instead, the bloodline will choose a divine ability of the same level with a shorter nurturing time. 2,000 years of nurturing time. Even if the previous 6 physical body divine abilities were combined, they wouldn't reach 2,000 years. 2,000 years is nothing. Lin Yuan felt elated. After stepping into the 12th layer, he had plenty of time. 2,000 years, 20,000 years, even 2 million years, what did it matter? A mere flick of the finger. Nurturing the physical body divine ability wouldn't hinder cultivation, such as restricting one's strength within a certain boundary. Lin Yuan hardly cared. The nurturing of the physical body divine ability is not only related to one's bloodline but also influenced by external environments. Thus, using techniques that accelerate time, where a single moment in the outside world could equate to thousands or tens of thousands of years inside, may introduce unpredictable variables in nurturing the ability. Lin Yuan pondered to himself. However, this time visiting Origin Source World, there was no time limit to his stay, so Lin Yuan decided to wait patiently for the nurturing of the physical body divine ability to complete. And the fierce sun divine body. Lin Yuan redirected his focus and started observing the changes in his physical body. After condensing 3,333 fierce sun seeds, all the seeds formed a cycle, impacting and transforming the physical body. This was what Lord Qingfen referred to as the fierce sun divine body. Fierce sun divine body. Lin Yuan was curious. By reading through countless records of inheritance in the sky-burning court, he knew exactly how powerful the fierce sun divine body was, a physique like a blazing sun, illuminating and consuming everything. Especially within the fierce sun ancient country, under the rays of the eternal fierce sun, the unleashed power was even more terrifying. The Marquis said I'd need 10,000 years for my physical body to fully transform into the ultimate fierce sun divine body, but 3 to 5,000 years should suffice. Lin Yuan thought to himself. As more fierce sun seeds were condensed, the transformation speed of the fierce sun divine body would accelerate significantly. Lord Qingfen likely did not anticipate that within just 1 year in the sky-burning court, Lin Yuan would condense 8 to 9,000 additional fierce sun seeds. The fierce sun seeds cannot replicate within the chaos void. This should be due to the dimensional disparity between the two realms. But the fierce sun divine body. Lin Yuan mused, whether it was a type of physique or a divine ability, it operated as a specific manner of rule-driven power. Once comprehended, it could be universal. Lin Yuan had no intention of transforming his true self into the fierce sun divine body, but it could be thoroughly tested on his avatars. After all, such a powerful physique was not weaker than the miracle life forms nurtured by the chaos void. It could evidently enhance the strength of his avatars. Main Universe. Inside the Xianhuang's secret realm. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. The chaos rule evolves all ways. What should my way be? Lin Yuan fell into deep thought. The fierce sun ancient country experiences in the origin source world had brought Lin Yuan to a new level of understanding regarding rules. This was understanding, not yet enlightenment. Yin and Yang. My way is Yin and Yang. I must evolve chaos Yin Yang. Lin Yuan's gaze burst with intensity. His martial Tao was deeply rooted in Yin and Yang. The rotation of Yin and Yang formed Taiji, chaos Taiji. Lord King Fen's path focused on the Tao of fire, ultimately evolving into his unique power, the chaos flame, or more precisely, the chaos azure flame unique to him. Even following the same Tao of fire, the insight gained by individuals varied greatly depending on their life experiences. Lord King Fen's Tao of fire was centered on azure and burning, hence earning its name, chaos azure flame. With my current understanding of the chaos rule, evolving chaos yin-yang taiji is probably impossible. Lin Yuan tested briefly and came to a conclusion. At the moment, Lin Yuan's understanding of the chaos rule was at the first realm. To evolve chaos yin-yang taiji, it seemed he'd need to reach the second realm. Other rule insights ranged from the first realm to the ninth realm, including the spatiotemporal fusion rule. But for chaos rules, there were only 3 realms, the first realm being the lowest and the third realm the highest. I still need to enhance my understanding of other rules. Lin Yuan had a good grasp of what he needed to do. The eightfold realm of spacetime, Lin Yuan turned his focus to the spatiotemporal fusion rule. Currently, his understanding and mastery of the spatiotemporal fusion rule had reached the peak of the 7th realm, with the eightfold realm within close reach. Once he achieved the eightfold realm in spatiotemporal rule understanding, he could use spacetime to drive the comprehension of countless other rules and propel his chaos rule understanding, likely pushing him into the second realm of chaos rule. The adjustment of the inner universe is nearly complete. Lin Yuan focused his mind and looked towards his inner universe. Since mastering the first layer of infinite void, Lin Yuan's inner universe had reached a level comparable to that of Chaos Venerables. Adjustments had been underway. Not that the inner universe was imperfect, rather, compared to the cosmic starry skies of the main universe, the inner universe exerted overwhelming pressure. Lin Yuan's inner universe spanned only 20 million light-years, but the cosmic starry skies extended far beyond this magnitude. Why then could Lin Yuan's inner universe rival the cosmic starry skies? Because the time-space structure of Lin Yuan's inner universe was exceptionally stable. The so-called rivalry with the cosmic starry skies didn't pertain to size but comprehensive qualities. Under these circumstances, life forms of the first and second layers found it exceedingly unbearable to survive in Lin Yuan's inner universe, as though they had entered a space where gravity was thousands or millions of times greater than that of the cosmic starry skies. Even higher-level evolutionaries found it particularly uncomfortable. This was precisely why Lin Yuan kept adjusting it. After all, with the impending cosmic destruction, Lin Yuan's inner universe was meant to house all human civilization and its citizens. The cosmic destruction event has long been made public in human civilization. Lin Yuan gazed at the cosmic starry skies. The revelation of cosmic destruction, paired with the large-scale transfer of citizens, had drawn immense public attention. Following agreements between 3 goddesses, the matter was made public. As for which citizens could transfer to the new universe, strict criteria applied. Firstly, evolutionaries above the 6th layer and citizens at the 4th level and above were guaranteed transfer to the new universe, surviving the imminent cosmic destruction. Unavoidable, as evolutionaries above the 6th layer held potential for advancement, while 4th level citizens made significant contributions to human civilization. Considering the broader human civilization, they had a stronger claim to survival. For the vast majority of ordinary citizens and evolutionaries, a lottery system determined transfer eligibility. On average, 1 out of every 120 regular citizens and evolutionaries would be chosen to migrate to the new universe. Lin Yuan's gaze deepened. The countless planets scattered across the cosmic starry skies came into view, one scene at a time. On a life planet, a colossal starship hovered in space. All citizens selected for transfer, please proceed to the Star Harbor promptly. Messages were automatically transmitted to every citizen on the planet, repeatedly. Failure to arrive at the Star Harbor within 3 days will be regarded as voluntarily forfeiting transfer eligibility. Failure to arrive at the Star Harbor within 3 days will be regarded as voluntarily forfeiting transfer eligibility. Failure to arrive at the Star Harbor within 3 days will be regarded as voluntarily forfeiting transfer eligibility. Dad. A young woman looked sorrowfully at her father. Why are you standing there? You've won the transfer eligibility. Do you know how many people are jealous of you? Hurry to the Star Harbor. The father smiled warmly. As for your mother and me, we've lived most of our lives, born here, lived here, aged here, and will die here. It's good enough for us. Dad, we want to stay here with you. Tears streamed down the faces of the children, overflowing with reluctance. Stay here. You're young, why would you stay behind with me to face death? Sir the Novelier. N.E.T. website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The father glared, Go. I still have to console your mother. If you stay, your mother and I won't die in peace. His tone turned stern, scaring the children into submission. Go, now. The father turned and stepped back into the house. Outside, the children hesitated for a moment before boarding the flying vehicle, heading for the Star Harbor. Inside the house, the father and an older woman sat together, watching the vehicle fade beyond the horizon. As long as they survive, the father murmured softly. The migration plan for the human race had been underway for hundreds of years. With so many life planets, limited starships made transferring citizens a slow process. During this time of migration, scenes of separation unfolded perpetually. Especially when only one family member won transfer eligibility, parting with loved ones became inevitable. Many elected citizens couldn't bear the separation and willingly forfeited their spots, choosing to stay behind with family and friends. Critical Location 3. The Xianyuan Supreme Being and 8 other human supremes gathered to discuss the human race's migration. All citizens granted transfer eligibility have reached their designated points, requiring us to send them into our respective inner universes, the Feather Butterfly Supreme Being said. The other Supremes nodded in agreement. They were prepared to act at any moment to send citizens safely into their inner universes. At that moment, Lin Yuan materialized in the one empty seat and sat down slowly. Galaxy Supreme Being. The Xianyuan Supreme Being and others' eyes lit up. The remaining 8 Supremes also turned their gazes toward Lin Yuan. How is the migration plan progressing? Lin Yuan inquired. It's been smooth overall. Xia Qin Supreme Being replied, although plenty of citizens who won transfer eligibility have voluntarily forfeited their spots, prompting several rounds of reselection. Forfeiting spots, that's so they don't part from loved ones, the Void God Supreme Being remarked. The Xianyuan Supreme Being and others sighed deeply. They felt helpless, wishing they could take everyone along, but knowing the reality was impossible. The more citizens they absorbed, the stronger the backlash during cosmic destruction. If they took on too many, they risked being overwhelmed by cosmic collapse, causing even greater losses. Both the life within their inner universes and the Supremes themselves would face complete erasure. The migration plan has changed. Lin Yuan glanced at the Supremes and declared. Changed? The 9 Supremes were startled internally. Changed? I can take every human citizen along. Lin Yuan cut straight to the point. Take them all. The 9 Supremes exchanged looks, momentarily unable to process. Galaxy Supreme Being, taking all human civilization citizens would necessitate facing backlash from the cosmic origin consciousness. After a long silence, the Xianyuan Supreme Being composed himself and cautiously mentioned it. Cosmic origin consciousness. Lin Yuan chuckled softly and said calmly, "It can no longer stop me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1010 Lucky Human Civilization. Please subscribe. When Lin Yuan mastered the first layer of Infinite Void, his body universe rivaled the body universe of the Chaos Venerable. The origin source consciousness of the main universe was already unable to do anything to him. In terms of magnitude, Lin Yuan's body universe was equivalent to the cosmic starry skies of the main universe. This meant that even if the origin source consciousness of the main universe threw all caution to the wind, it could, at most, barely trap Lin Yuan. When the great universe cataclysm arrived and the origin source consciousness weakened, it couldn't even hope to restrain Lin Yuan. Galaxy Supreme, what you said, the 9 supreme beings of human civilization, including Xianyuan Supreme, were all stunned and horrified. The origin source consciousness of the universe? Incapable of dealing with Lin Yuan. Ordinary lifeforms cannot perceive the origin source consciousness of the universe, even beings of the 11th layer can barely sense its power. But beings at the 12th layer ultimate level, while they have escaped the bindings of the river of time, they also directly face the origin source consciousness. They fully understand what kind of entity it truly is. The origin source consciousness of the universe is the aggregate of all the universe's forces. With a single thought, it can harness all the universe's power, and its unleashed might within the cosmos can reach the chaos realm. Typical 12th layer path-splitting realm beings wouldn't dare to oppose the origin source consciousness. Even the 2 ultimate beings of the robber clan are the same in this regard, as the gap between them and the consciousness is too vast to bridge. The only silver lining is that the origin source consciousness is a kind of diffuse awareness, merely instinctive. Otherwise, all living beings under its domain, including 12th layer ultimate beings, would be enslaved by it. The 9 supreme beings of human civilization exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. They had immense trust in Lin Yuan, but making the origin source consciousness powerless within the universe, that was utterly beyond their comprehension. A breakthrough. Lin Yuan smiled faintly, understanding the confusion of Xianyuan and Xia Qin Supreme, raising his hand casually to tear apart a vast portion of the void. Compared to the first time when Lin Yuan unleashed power surpassing the peak of the path-splitting realm, the consciousness of the origin source had descended for a glance. This time, the origin source consciousness didn't even bother to descend. The 9 supreme beings of human civilization were shocked. A casual strike from Lin Yuan carried overwhelming power that, under normal circumstances, would surely attract the attention of the origin source consciousness. Yet, none of the supreme beings present detected even a ripple from the origin source consciousness. Deep in their hearts, the 9 supreme beings began to form a faint realization. And that was, the origin source consciousness of the universe was intimidated by Lin Yuan. Galaxy Supreme, compared to you, we 9, the ancient power supreme looked at Lin Yuan with a complicated expression, filled with emotion. They had watched Lin Yuan grow step by step from an exceedingly weak life form to now becoming a great existence capable of contending against the origin source consciousness of the universe. Unlike Lin Yuan, the strength of the 9 supreme beings had barely changed since they first began paying attention to him. CTH Novelfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. With the Galaxy Supreme among us, how fortunate is human civilization. Xianyuan Supreme sighed deeply. Because of Lin Yuan, the trajectory of the cosmos had shifted, leaving human civilization in a dominant position. And now, as the universe cataclysm approached, Lin Yuan once again ensured that human civilization wouldn't have to endure the agony of parting with loved ones. human civilization has benefited tremendously from Lin Yuan. In reviewing past universe cataclysms, which species hadn't sacrificed 99% of their population? Some selfish 12th-layer beings had even abandoned their entire species to increase their own survival chances in the face of the universe cataclysm. If we are to relocate all human civilization citizens, then the migration plan for the species must be completely revised. Feather Butterfly Supreme immediately started considering a new migration strategy. We only need to move all citizens into this area. A map floated in front of Lin Yuan as he pointed to a specific region. This region spanned roughly 20 million light-years, large enough to accommodate all citizens of human civilization. All concentrated in this area. Xia Qin Supreme looked at Lin Yuan. I have the ability to relocate all citizens within this region to my body universe in one go. Lin Yuan said. Now, the scope of his body universe extended to 20 million light-years. By employing the divine ability world, he could instantly form an external universe spanning 20 million light-years. Although there was a time limit, it was more than sufficient to transfer all human civilization citizens into his body universe. Once all human civilization citizens entered the body universe, Lin Yuan would be confident in anchoring every citizen as a reference point and transferring their life essence imprint from the river of time of the cosmic starry skies into the river of time within his body universe. That's quite simple. Xianyuan Supreme nodded. In fact, if all human civilization citizens could be relocated, it would simplify matters significantly. Under the original extraction method, citizens selected for relocation would inevitably have to bid farewell to family and friends, wasting a huge amount of time. Some citizens, while saying their goodbyes, might even give up their relocation opportunity, forcing the process to start over, a cumbersome affair. The three goddesses and supreme beings had seen these scenarios unfold and knew there was no way to rush such matters. But now, if all citizens could be relocated, there would be no need for farewells or separations. Human civilization could fully mobilize its powerful evolutionary beings to relocate one planet at a time. This would greatly enhance efficiency. After roughly finalizing their discussions, the 9 supreme beings felt a deep sense of relief. According to the initial migration plan they had drafted, the immense pressure came from the need to abandon 90% of human civilization citizens. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1011 Lucky Human Civilization. Please subscribe, _2 but things are much better now. By the way, when will the great collapse of the universe arrive? The Void God Ultimate Being spoke to inquire. No more than 300 years. Lin Yuan's expression turned serious. As the avatar of ancient Ming from the Chaos Continent, he constantly monitored this matter. The battleground between the 9 Phoenix Great Saint and the Shadow Demon Great Saint was already not far from this region. Calculated by Chaos Void time, the ripple effects would reach here in no more than a year. Whereas in the universe's temporal measurement, that would be around 300 years. The Chaos Great Saints are too terrifying. The Void God Ultimate Being couldn't help remarking. Just the clash between 2 Chaos Great Saints was enough to unleash shockwaves that could collapse multiple universes, hastening their great collapse. Chaos Great Saints have already evolved their own powers out of the Chaos rules. They can suppress Chaos Venerables with mere gestures. Lin Yuan explained. Of course, Chaos Venerables have ways to preserve their lives. Even for peerless Great Saints, it's incredibly difficult to annihilate a Chaos Venerable completely. They could only manage to destroy their true form and essence. Yet even so, the intimidation from a Chaos Great Saint was unmatched. No Chaos Venerable would willingly lose their true form and essence, as it would mean losing most of their treasures and weapons, a loss that might take countless cosmic eras to recover. Next, the 9 of us will personally act and relocate the citizens of our race. Xia Qin, the ultimate being, spoke. If the relocation was done one planet at a time, the involvement of ultimate beings would drastically increase efficiency, each thought spanning countless light years. In the human civilization's territory. On innumerable life planets, countless scenes of separation unfolded, as many citizens came to realize that this farewell might mean they would never reunite. At that moment, a message issued by 3 goddesses was simultaneously delivered to every citizen. Thanks to the great galaxy ultimate being, the relocation plan for our race has been revised. The new plan abolishes the quota system. Every citizen of human civilization is eligible for migration to the new universe. This news instantly set off a storm among the citizens of human civilization. Every citizen can migrate to the new universe. We don't have to wait for death. Ha ha ha, this is incredible. Countless citizens of human civilization cried tears of joy. To be allowed to migrate to the new universe and survive, who would choose to stay on their doomed planets, awaiting death? It's the galaxy ultimate being. The galaxy ultimate being ensures we survive. The galaxy ultimate being is the greatest ultimate being of human civilization. Many citizens of human civilization keenly noticed that the announcement from the 3 goddesses mentioned the galaxy ultimate being at the forefront. Though they didn't know what methods the galaxy ultimate being used to relocate all human civilization citizens to the new universe. It was clear such an act came at an enormous cost. Otherwise, why would there have been the original quota system where only 1 in over 100 citizens could gain migration eligibility? In the cosmic starry skies, other alien races were likewise informed of human civilization's new migration plan. Although these alien races had submitted to human civilization, they were still not citizens of humankind, hence excluded from human migration plans. Every citizen of the human civilization can migrate to the new universe. Why can our race's 12-layer ultimates only migrate 1/millionth of our people? Is it because of the galaxy ultimate being? Many alien races felt deeply conflicted as they learned about this. Not long ago, Lin Yuan had set free all 12-layer ultimates, allowing them to return to their own races. Human civilization announced the great collapse of the universe, and the alien races that submitted to humanity naturally also became aware. Similar to humanity, alien races with 12-layer beings likewise formulated migration plans. Even so, no matter how deep the legacy of the Yu clan or others, they dared to transfer no more than 1/millionth of their population. With the great collapse of the universe arriving early, the 12-layer ultimates hadn't yet reached their full potential, and nearly all weaponry, tools, and rare treasures remained in Lin Yuan's possession. Migrating even 1/millionth of their population represented how highly these alien 12-layer ultimates valued their own people. After all, the great collapse wasn't child's play. The more life forms transported, the stronger the universe origin source's final backlash would be. The likelihood of survival would correspondingly decrease. Is this the power of the galaxy ultimate being? What should we do? Should we completely submit to human civilization? That way we might survive. Submit fully. That means becoming slaves of human civilization? Compared to death, what are slaves? Many alien strong ones who didn't gain migration eligibility grappled with such thoughts. Total submission, or selling oneself, meant giving up everything and becoming the private property of human civilization. Although the alien races bowed to humanity, they hadn't yet sunk to the level of total subjugation. But now, seeing human civilization rise thanks to the galaxy ultimate being, they realized that by choosing complete submission, they might just survive. The galaxy ultimate being plans to take every human citizen. How is that possible? Does he not fear the backlash from the universe origin source? Many 12-layer alien beings received this information, and their first thought was disbelief. Though alien beings below 12-layer also found it inconceivable that the galaxy ultimate being could relocate all human civilization citizens, they didn't know why it was so astonishing and thus accepted the reality quickly, albeit with shock. But those in the 12-layer, alien ultimate beings, understood the gravity of this act. It would provoke the universe origin source's full suppression, even if the Galaxy Master possessed path-splitting realm peak strength, perhaps even surpassing that, he couldn't possibly endure the backlash. Perhaps, the Galaxy Ultimate Being's power has reached a level beyond our comprehension, the Star Alliance Ultimate murmured, deducing the cause from the effect. Though they didn't know how the Galaxy Ultimate Being dared to relocate all human civilization citizens, the mere fact he dared confirmed two possibilities. Either the Galaxy Ultimate Being was foolishly courting death, or he had enough assurance, believing he could withstand the universe origin source's full suppression. Was the Galaxy Ultimate Being a fool? Clearly not. Then it could only be the second possibility. Galaxy Ultimate Being. The 12-layer alien beings exchanged glances, their minds trembling in unison. The migration can proceed. Beneath the starry skies, Lin Yuan gazed at the countless human civilization citizens being sent over from all directions, his thoughts stirring. The human race's migration unfolded at remarkable speed, cutting time short by skipping the emotional farewells between citizens. Divine skills. World. Lin Yuan looked down, his thoughts shifting slightly, and immediately a boundless force surged to cover an area spanning 20 million light-years. Every human civilization citizen within this sphere was engulfed and enveloped in an instant. Withdrawal. Lin Yuan's expression remained calm. In the blink of an eye, everything within 20 million light-years vanished and was transferred into Lin Yuan's internal universe. At this moment, countless human civilization citizens noticed the change in environment, as an invisible form of suppression emerged. Even though Lin Yuan had performed numerous calibrations to stabilize the internal universe's space and time, it still bore noticeable distinctions from the cosmic starry skies of the main universe. Slightly stronger evolution practitioners who paid careful attention would detect the anomalies. However, the impact was minimal. Stable spacetime barely affected ordinary citizens, it mainly restricted high-level evolutionists, preventing them from casually executing spatial transpositions or tearing through the void. Even 12-layer ultimate beings faced pervasive suppression within Lin Yuan's internal universe, making it impossible to escape. The Infinite Void aimed to cultivate an internal universe modeled after the Chaos Void as its ultimate form. Theoretically, when perfected, such an internal universe could evolve into a colossal entity comparable to the Chaos Void. Thus, the spacetime stability was self-evident, even at just the first layer. If advanced to the second or third layer, Chaos Venerables entrapped within would find themselves shackled, unable to struggle free. The Galaxy Ultimate Being's methods are terrifying. CTH Novelfire, net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Not far away, 9 ultimate beings of human civilization watched, utterly astonished. Within an instant, Lin Yuan had relocated all human civilization citizens spanning 20 million light-years. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10-12 The Foresight of the Chaotic Dragon Beast. Please subscribe. Are all human civilization citizens now within my internal universe? Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, feeling a heavy weight pressing on him. In truth, there were still some citizens of human civilization within the internal universes of Xianyuan and Xia Qin, those supreme beings. But compared to Lin Yuan, their numbers could be completely overlooked. Lin Yuan alone had taken on the task of transferring nearly all of humanity's civilization into his internal universe. Of course, for Lin Yuan, this task posed no difficulty. At least there's been no chaos. Lin Yuan observed for a while and found that after the transfer, the countless human citizens still maintained order, methodically proceeding with subsequent tasks. In fact, prior to the migration, all human civilization citizens had already simulated multiple transfer scenarios within the virtual world to avoid disorder arising from environmental changes. For this migration, the virtual world had even lifted its restrictions, granting access to all citizens of human civilization. Next, when the great cosmic cataclysm occurs, I will transfer all citizens' life imprints, Lin Yuan thought to himself. At present, what he had transferred was only their physical bodies and souls. As for each citizen's fundamental life imprint, it was still drifting within the river of time of the main universe's starry skies. 12th-layer ultimates could move against the current, using the imprints in the river of time to resurrect 6th-layer and above fallen beings. However, this didn't mean that beings below the 6th layer had no life imprints. It was just that their imprints were too faint and minuscule for 12th layer ultimates to lock onto. But Lin Yuan was different. With his current perception, he could easily pinpoint any imprint in the river of time. If he didn't transfer the citizen's life imprints, when the great cosmic cataclysm arrived, causing the river of time to collapse, even if Lin Yuan harbored all citizens within his internal universe, they would still perish. By then, there will likely be some backlash from the universe. Lin Yuan understood clearly that transferring vast amounts of life imprints from the main universe's river of time to the river of time within his internal universe would be akin to directly seizing them in front of the universe's origin source consciousness. This was even graver than 12th layer ultimates resurrecting past fallen beings. Resurrecting deceased beings violated basic cosmic rules, but at least the resurrected lives remained within the universe, still part of its domain. But moving them into Lin Yuan's internal universe? That would mean they were entirely taken away by Lin Yuan. This would undoubtedly test the limits of the universe's origin source consciousness. In truth, with Lin Yuan's current strength, he could proceed with the transfer immediately. The so-called cosmic backlash posed little threat to him. But there was no need. Currently, the origin source consciousness of the universe was still at its peak. Waiting for the great cosmic cataclysm, when it weakened, and then transferring the imprints would greatly reduce the intensity of any backlash. Facing weaker backlash, Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't choose to handle stronger backlash. Chaos void. Boundless and infinite. A chaos continent, the size of dozens of universes, began to slow down and eventually came to a halt. This land was the ancient Ming Chaos Continent. After countless calculations, the ancient Ming Venerable had determined this area would not be affected by the two Chaos Great Saints. It stopped. We can finally step out. I wonder what this void will be like. Will it be more dangerous than before? On the ancient Ming Chaos Continent, many powerful beings whispered among themselves. They had followed this land to leave, and naturally, they were curious about the uncharted and unfamiliar void. The ancient Ming Venerable is merciful to bring us along. Indeed, if we weren't on this Chaos Continent, who knows how many dangers we would face trying to get here on our own. These powerful beings felt fortunate, for in the Chaos Void, dangers were everywhere. The threats were not just perilous secret realms but also the potential hostility from other powerful entities. No matter where one went, plunder remained the fastest way to obtain resources, and the Chaos Void was no exception. The ancient Ming Chaos Continent had sped through the void without encountering any obstruction, thanks to the intimidating presence of the ancient Ming Venerable. The power of the ancient Ming Venerable was already immense, and furthermore, they had a Chaos Dragon beast near equal to a Venerable in strength. Even other Chaos Venerables would have to weigh their chances before daring to block their path. The smooth journey for the ancient Ming Chaos Continent didn't mean that lone powerful entities would enjoy the same ease. From here to my home universe, Lin Yuan studied the new environment while gauging the distance to his true form's location. With my current spacetime insights, it would take roughly 10 years of traveling to arrive, Lin Yuan concluded. Given that Lin Yuan's comprehension of spacetime was at the pinnacle of the 7th realm, it would still require 10 years to traverse the distance. Reflecting on when he first explored the Chaos Void, it might have taken centuries, if not millennia. 10 years isn't that long. Lin Yuan nodded. At least for now, he hadn't found any place safer than the ancient Ming Chaos Continent. Lin Yuan's expression shifted slightly as he gazed toward the vast expanse of the Chaos Void. He observed that with the halting of the ancient Ming Chaos Continent, a massive surrounding area seemed to be affected. The ancient Ming Chaos Continent was colossal, its natural gravity field strong enough to pull in all nearby matter. Creak, creak. In the distance, enormous entities began to appear, drawn by the continent's gravitational pull and hurtling toward it. These massive objects were primarily naturally formed veins of chaotic ores, of relatively low value individually, but their sheer quantity made them threatening. Colliding and accumulating, they formed gigantic meteorites, racing toward the continent at alarming speed under the influence of gravity. It was akin to the planets orbiting stars in the cosmic starry skies, drawn by their gravitational pull. But the ancient Ming Chaos Continent's magnitude far surpassed that of any star. The number of meteors attracted was incalculable. Lin Yuan remained unconcerned, knowing the ancient Ming Chaos Continent had numerous massive arrays and defensive barriers set up. These meteors would simply be ground to dust on collision. However, just then, roar! A pitch-black dragon beast surged out of the depths of the ancient Ming Chaos Continent, swiftly moving beyond the landmass. With a single resounding roar, the incoming meteors shattered instantly, breaking into fragments that began to orbit the continent in a slow rotation. Is that the Chaos Dragon Beast? Lin Yuan's expression grew slightly serious. That Chaos Dragon Beast, born from the Chaos Void, was a miraculous entity, a being of unfathomable talent and foundation, so much so that it could stand on par with a venerable at the pinnacle of the Dominator realm. A fragmented world. As the Chaos Dragon Beast shattered all the meteors, it began organizing the broken pieces into orbiting fragmented worlds around the ancient Ming Chaos Continent. With this, it has unexpectedly created many fragmented worlds. Lin Yuan's thoughts turned. This not only resolved the issue of incoming massive objects but also gave the ancient Ming Chaos Continent additional revenue. After all, the fragmented worlds orbiting the continent were highly suitable as cultivation abodes and fetched a steep price, starting at 100,000 chaos stones and in some cases reaching hundreds of thousands or even millions. Lin Yuan had long sought an ideal fragmented world to house humanity's new home. Within the hall managing the fragmented worlds of the ancient Ming Chaos Continent, Wuxia the Dominator was busy calculating the number and quality of the newly formed fragmented worlds, classifying and assessing their worth. This time, we've gained over 1,000 fragmented worlds. Among them, 600 are suitable for cultivation. Wuxia the Dominator was elated. 600 cultivation-suitable fragmented worlds, even at the lowest baseline of 100,000 chaos stones each, would amount to a staggering 60 million chaos stones. Several of these fragmented worlds meet Galaxy's requirements. Wuxia the Dominator's eyes lit up, a smile appearing on his face. He had a strong impression of Lin Yuan, Galaxy, believing the man's true form to undoubtedly be a Dominator realm powerhouse. Let me summon Galaxy over to take a look. Wuxia Venerable immediately contacted Lin Yuan without delay. Moments later, a young man clad in black robes emerged not far away. Upon seeing the figure, Wuxia Venerable stood up immediately, respectfully greeting, Master Uncle. The figure, the Chaos Dragon Beast in its human guise, replied. As a miraculously born entity, shape-shifting was as natural to it as breathing. It usually didn't bother assuming a different form, maintaining its draconic visage instead. The Chaos Dragon Beast, being close to the ancient Ming Venerable, was regarded as Master Uncle by the latter's disciples. How are the fragmented meteors? The black-robed Chaos Dragon Beast lazily asked. Breaking up the meteors to form fragmented worlds wasn't done for free, the effort secured certain benefits. Reporting to Master Uncle, the fragmented worlds created this time are of excellent quality, Wuxia the Dominator replied truthfully. Good. The Chaos Dragon Beast felt pleased, knowing it would reap 30% of the fragmented world's revenue based on their prior agreement. Wuxia wants me to come and choose a fragmented world. In an inn, Lin Yuan received Wuxia Dominator's message. This time, he'll likely be able to find a suitable fragmented world. His heart steadied, and he immediately left for the trading area's hall. Soon, Lin Yuan arrived at the entrance of the hall. CTH Novel Fire. Net asterisk website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Inside the hall, Wuxia the Dominator was conversing with the black-robed Chaos Dragon Beast. Master Uncle, someone's here to select a fragmented world, Wuxia the Dominator said. Go ahead then, the Chaos Dragon Beast nodded. It naturally wouldn't delay Wonka's work, especially since it could directly claim a share of the income from the fragmented worlds. Understood. Wuxia the Dominator nodded and immediately left the hall to meet Lin Yuan. Is that him, come to select a fragmented world? From the hall, the Chaos Dragon Beast cast its gaze toward Lin Yuan and Wuxia conversing outside. Just an avatar. With a single glance, it discerned that the Lin Yuan outside wasn't his true form. Ha! A trace of shock appeared in the Chaos Dragon Beast's expression as it seemed to sense something. The moment its eyes fell on Lin Yuan, the faint time-based bloodline within it began to tremble faintly. The Chaos Dragon Beast stared intently at Lin Yuan, its gaze gradually filling with fear. A fear even more intense than when it had foreseen potential danger from the two Chaos Great Saints, a fear it couldn't suppress at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1013, Befriend him and win his favor, please subscribe. Inside the hall, the young man in a black robe felt a deep sense of terror. I cannot oppose him. Absolutely cannot oppose him. The black-robed youth stared at the man conversing with Wuxia Dominator. Only this thought occupied his mind. As a wondrous life form born from the chaos void, the black-robed youth had time bloodline flowing through his veins. Though exceedingly faint, it granted him the rare ability of premonition. For instance, not long ago, the black-robed youth had foreseen disaster descending upon ancient Ming Chaos Continent. He immediately informed ancient Ming Venerable, who eventually discovered that the patch of void was about to become a battlefield for two great saints. If not for the black-robed youth's premonition and subsequent investigation, ancient Ming Chaos Continent would likely not have escaped the collateral damage of the great saints' battle, suffering catastrophic losses. The black-robed youth's premonition ability stemmed from his time bloodline, tied to the timeline, and the crises he sensed often originated from the future. Of course, the black-robed youth could only perceive danger. As for how the danger would manifest, or any further details, he remained unclear. The time bloodline within him was far too faint. If he were one of those life forms with an immensely dense time bloodline, perhaps they could glimpse blurred visions of future events and pinpoint the source of the crisis. In contrast, a true 13th level time life form could use themselves as an anchor point and observe with unparalleled clarity many future timelines related to them. This man feels far more dangerous than the Shadow Demon Great Saint or Nine Phoenix Great Saint. How is that possible? The black-robed youth struggled to believe it. When he first sensed the aftermath of the two great saints' battle, the black-robed youth had only foreseen severe injuries for himself. At worst, this physical form would perish. But true death was unlikely. He had many life-saving measures set up in remote, hidden locations. Not only would the collateral damage from the Chaos Great Saints fail to kill him outright, even confronting a Chaos Great Saint directly would probably not result in permanent death. Yet when it came to Lin Yuan, the black-robed youth faintly foresaw himself facing complete annihilation. If he opposed Lin Yuan, eternal darkness awaited him, his true body, avatars, and all life-saving measures would be powerless to prevent it. Too horrifying. Utterly terrifying. The black-robed youth's heart trembled. This feeling of complete annihilation, he had only experienced it a handful of times since his birth. And those were in the depths of absolute danger zones like the Taiyuan ruins, where he had vaguely sensed it. But Lin Yuan. Just a single incarnation, How could it bring him such despair? What is going on? The black-robed youth steadied himself, scrutinizing Lin Yuan carefully, confirming that the other's aura was only at the peak of path-splitting realm. Such a level of strength, he could obliterate countless beings with a single yawn. Why would it give him this premonition? As long as I don't oppose him, I can live. If I oppose him, death is certain? The black-robed youth repeatedly tested his premonition ability against Lin Yuan, ultimately arriving at this conclusion. No, I must inform Ancient Ming. A dangerous entity of this magnitude has emerged on Chaos Continent. The black-robed youth's figure vanished, heading toward the depths of Chaos Continent. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have clashed with Lin Yuan, so he wouldn't have sensed any crisis. But as the black-robed youth's gaze fell upon Lin Yuan, his premonition ability activated, and countless future possibilities surged into his mind, including the repercussions of opposing Lin Yuan. The black-robed youth often used this ability to assess the strength of opponents, but he hadn't expected to foresee such possibilities when confronting Lin Yuan. Deep within Ancient Ming Chaos Continent. Finally safe. Ancient Ming Venerable breathed a slight sigh of relief. Ancient Ming Chaos Continent had stopped moving, signaling the cessation of its consumption from tearing through space. Ancient Ming Chaos Continent was tens of times the size of a normal universe, and such a colossus in motion consumed chaos stones at an astronomical rate every moment. If this continued, even Ancient Ming Venerable would begin to feel the sting of the loss. Just as Ancient Ming Venerable planned to resume his closed-door cultivation. Ancient Ming, Ancient Ming. The black-robed youth's voice echoed, as he appeared nearby. Ancient Ming Chaos Venerable looked at the black-robed youth, feeling a vague sense of foreboding. In ordinary times, the black-robed youth was usually asleep, rarely seeking him out. Unless something major had occurred, like the premonition of the two great saints battling not long ago. What happened? Ancient Ming Chaos Venerable asked immediately. Something major. I just sensed a fatal danger. The black-robed youth said right away. Fatal danger. Ancient Ming Chaos Venerable's heart skipped a beat. Fatal danger. What did he mean by fatal danger? A threat where resistance or evasion was futile, and neither true body nor avatars nor life-saving measures could prevent disaster. That was fatal danger. After painstaking effort to carry Ancient Ming Chaos Continent here, was he now faced with fatal danger upon arrival? Actually, it's not the kind of danger you're thinking of. Noticing Ancient Ming's reaction, the black-robed youth quickly explained, recounting in detail the dangers he had premonitions about regarding Lin Yuan. Ancient Ming, it's him. In front of the black-robed youth appeared a shadowy projection, a scene of Lin Yuan and Wuxia Dominator conversing. You sense fatal danger from him, and if you oppose him, death is inevitable. Ancient Ming Chaos Venerable examined the scene closely. As the ruler of Chaos Continent, nothing within the territory could escape his notice. A path-splitting realm peak incarnation. Ancient Ming Chaos Venerable looked doubtful. He had recognized Lin Yuan's incarnation's strength immediately. Ancient Ming, is this person's true body also a great saint? The black-robed youth asked beside him. While his combat strength was near that of a venerable, he was ultimately not of that rank, so he couldn't discern Lin Yuan's true bodhi's actual realm. No. He doesn't give me any sense of oppression. Ancient Ming Venerable shook his head. If his true body were a chaos great saint, even an incarnation's essence would synchronize to a level beyond the path-splitting realm peak. Not. The black-robed youth had already guessed as much. Lin Yuan's conversation with Wuxia Dominator revolved around purchasing fragmented worlds from Ancient Ming Chaos Continent. If Lin Yuan's true body was a chaos great saint, why would he need to purchase fragmented worlds? A chaos great saint could easily create a chaos continent with a mere gesture. If he's not a chaos great saint, why does he give me such fatal danger? Perplexed, the black-robed youth couldn't make sense of it. The danger you premonitioned originates from the future. Ancient Ming Venerable suddenly spoke, his tone thoughtful. You mean, this person will eventually ascend to Chaos Great Saint? The black-robed youth took a deep breath. Even among Chaos Venerables, successfully stepping into the Great Saint's domain was exceedingly rare. The black-robed youth had sensed almost no potential for Ancient Ming Venerable to ascend to the stature of a Great Saint. But Lin Yuan. The overwhelming impression of fatal danger implied an extremely high, or even inevitable, probability of Lin Yuan becoming a Great Saint. A life form in the Dominator realm destined to ascend to Great Saint, how could that be? Even those who were painstakingly nurtured by Great Saints wouldn't dare claim they were bound to ascend to such a level. That must be the case. Ancient Ming Venerable reined in his thoughts, speaking clearly. In truth, he withheld one thought, the fact that Lin Yuan, upon eventually stepping into the Great Saint domain, would certainly not be an ordinary Great Saint. If it were merely an average Great Saint, they wouldn't have instilled such intense fatal danger into the black-robed youth. What should we do now? The black-robed youth pondered for a moment and asked. What to do? Ancient Ming Venerable glanced at the black-robed youth. We must try to win his favor by all means. Inside the hall, Lin Yuan and Wuxia Dominator sat opposite each other. The fragmented worlds that match Galaxy's requirements are all here. Feel free to choose. Wuxia Dominator smiled warmly at Lin Yuan. Floating before him were dozens of miniature fragmented worlds, formed from the immense asteroid just shattered by the black-robed youth. They're all suitable. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over the fragmented worlds. His main requirements for the fragmented worlds were twofold. First, the fragments themselves should have minimal radiation, as they were to serve as the new home for human civilization. Many weaker members of humanity could not withstand the radiation leaks from Chaos Void. Second, the area shouldn't be too small. The population of human civilization was vast, and Lin Yuan planned to bring all of humanity out. This fragmented world. Lin Yuan focused on one of the fragments. This fragmented world was enormous, roughly equivalent to 1,000th the size of the main universe's starry expanse. Plenty of space to accommodate all of human civilization's citizens. Additionally, this fragmented world was composed of star-tier stone. Star-tier stone was highly valuable. Though it emitted radiation, the radiation generated here was beneficial, promoting the growth and evolution of life. How much chaos stone for this fragmented world? Lin Yuan asked. Among the dozens of fragmented worlds presented, this one seemed the most suitable as a new home for humanity. Lin Yuan surmised the price wouldn't be cheap. But how much exactly, he needed to find out. This fragmented world is entirely composed of star-tier stone. Just the star-tier stone alone is worth 80,000 chaos stone. The entire fragmented world comes to 120,000 chaos stone. Wuxia Dominator said. The price was reasonable, without a hint of inflation. Star-tier stone was a rare mineral, and such a large piece would start at 80,000 chaos stone. Sarch * the Novelier. N.E.T. website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. 120,000 chaos stone. Lin Yuan frowned. Forget it. Too expensive. Even if he sold off the Chaos Realm treasure left by Zhang Weiyang, it wouldn't fetch 120,000 chaos stone. The total wealth accumulated by human civilization was less than 20,000 chaos stone. This figure included the sum of human civilization's unified resources, asteroids, secret realms, and more. Lin Yuan's budget was between 10,000 and 15,000 chaos stone. 120,000 chaos stone. That was far too much. Quite pricey, indeed. Wuxia Dominator nodded. The value of this fragmented world was fixed, and there wasn't much room for negotiation. Galaxy brother, let me show you these other fragmented worlds. Wuxia Dominator promptly began introducing Lin Yuan to alternative options. Suddenly, at that moment, a voice reached Wuxia Dominator's ear. That star-tier stone fragmented world, give it to him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10:14, Peeking from Outer Space, please subscribe, give it to him. Wuxia Dominator wore a calm smile on his face, but inside, waves of shock surged. Give it to him. That fragment world worth 1.2 million chaos stones, just give it directly to Lin Yuan. But the one transmitting the voice was his master, Ancient Ming Venerable, the ruler of this chaos continent. If Ancient Ming Venerable said to give it to Lin Yuan, then it must be given. Master, how should I give it? Wuxia Dominator quickly transmitted his voice to inquire. As a disciple of Ancient Ming Venerable, Wuxia Dominator had the means to directly contact his master. Find a random reason to give it away, and remember, don't make it too obvious. The voice continued to ring in Wuxia Dominator's ears. This made Wuxia Dominator's thoughts run wild. He discreetly sized up Lin Yuan. From his master's tone, Wuxia Dominator could sense an intention to curry favor, perhaps even to please Lin Yuan. To give away a fragment world worth 1.2 million chaos stones just like that and still find a suitable reason to avoid raising Lin Yuan's suspicions or alertness? If that wasn't an attempt to curry favor, then what was? Wuxia Dominator was quite familiar with such tones. As a disciple of a venerable, he was often the subject of flattery from other powerful beings. But now, Ancient Ming Venerable himself was proactively seeking to please Lin Yuan. Ancient Ming Venerable was a Chaos Venerable, and not just any, he was among the stronger Chaos Venerables. Who could possibly be important enough for even Ancient Ming Venerable to want to win their favor? Wuxia Dominator's heart trembled, and he dared not delve deeper into his thoughts. Could Galaxy have some unfathomable background? Wuxia Dominator's understanding led him to speculate whether Lin Yuan had some significant background. These fragment worlds. Lin Yuan meticulously examined the other dozens of fragment worlds. Judging by the quality, they all met Lin Yuan's requirements. While none matched the fragment world with star-tier stone in terms of magnificence, the prices were reasonable and remained within Lin Yuan's budget. I'll choose this one. After comparing thoroughly, Lin Yuan finally selected one particular fragment world. This particular fragment world was approximately only 1/10,000th the size of a normal universe. The advantage was that it had minimal radiation and wouldn't negatively impact weaker, frail human citizens. Galaxy. Wuxia Dominator waved his hand, causing the virtual projections of all the micro-fragment worlds in front of them to disappear, leaving only the fragment world with star-tier stone. Wuxia. Lin Yuan looked at Wuxia Dominator, his expression puzzled. I feel an instant connection with Galaxy. If you want this star-tier fragment world, I can take the liberty of trading it to you right now. As for the Chaos Stones, you can pay them later, whenever you have them. Wuxia Dominator spoke. Trade it to me first. Lin Yuan was a bit stunned upon hearing this. Chaos Stones to be paid later, and the fragment world traded to him first. Anywhere else, pay and deliver is the most basic principle of trade. Some places even require advance deposits. As for taking the goods first and paying later, how was that different from outright gifting? There's no choice. This star-tier fragment world is too expensive and likely won't find a buyer. Rather than leaving it empty, I'd rather give it to Galaxy. Wuxia Dominator smiled and said, rest assured, Galaxy, this is a normal trade. You won't be burdened by any causal obligations or pressures. Normal trade. Lin Yuan looked at the other party. SAR the Novel Fire. Any website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Feeling somewhat strange inside. He also understood the meaning behind Wuxia Dominator's statement. The stronger one is, the more they care about causal relationships, and the less likely they are to owe favors. Wuxia Dominator gifting this fragment world so generously, without the affirmation of causal obligation, left Lin Yuan wondering about his true intentions. First gifting a fragment world. Then promising that no causal debts were involved. Lin Yuan momentarily couldn't discern Wuxia Dominator's motives. Is it ancient Ming Venerable? Lin Yuan's heart pondered. As a disciple of ancient Ming Venerable, Wuxia Dominator held immense authority. But no matter how vast his authority, it still had limits, gifting a fragment world worth 1.2 million chaos stones outright. Without ancient Ming Venerable's explicit consent, it would be impossible. What do you think? If Galaxy agrees, we can finalize this matter, and ownership of the star-tier fragment world can be transferred immediately. Wuxia Dominator said. Thank you. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate at all. Even if there were causal obligations tied to a fragment world worth 1.2 million chaos stones, Lin Yuan would still consider it. Let alone when there weren't any. It was practically free, so why not take it? After all, human civilization had just left their original universe. The better the environment of their new home, the more beneficial it would be for humanity's future development. Lin Yuan saw no reason to hold back. All right. This is the formation control core for the star-tier fragment world. Wuxia Dominator turned his hand and produced a crystal stone. Long ago, when chaos dragon beasts roared and shattered countless massive asteroids, forming numerous fragment worlds, he had deliberately sorted things out, integrating them into the grand formation of ancient Ming's chaos continent. This crystal stone represented control over the star-tier fragment world. Lin Yuan accepted the crystal stone and probed it slightly, feeling reassured. Afterward, Wuxia Dominator spent some time chatting with Lin Yuan, primarily introducing various uses for the fragment world. Separating from Wuxia Dominator, Lin Yuan rose and left the grand hall. Why would ancient Ming Venerable gift such a fragment world to me? Lin Yuan thought as he walked through the trading area. First of all, ancient Ming Venerable definitely bore him no ill will. With ancient Ming Chaos Venerable's status, if there were even a hint of killing intent, Lin Yuan's current form would have long since been obliterated without leaving any chance for survival. Lin Yuan and ancient Ming Venerable shared no grudges, nor any conflicts, making it even less likely that there were unresolved issues between them. Lin Yuan could sense the benevolence that ancient Ming Venerable extended to him. If there were even the slightest alternative motives, he would not waive causal obligations for Lin Yuan entirely. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10-15, Peeking from Outer Space, please subscribe, _2" at least the new homeland for the clan is settled. Lin Yuan looked up and gazed at the star-tier fragment world, thinking to himself. Originally, he thought he had to settle for one of the less satisfactory fragment worlds, but unexpectedly, the most desirable star-tier fragment world fell into his hands, and almost in a free manner. Deepest part of the Chaos Continent. The ancient Ming Venerable and the black-cloaked youth were observing scenes unfolding within the palace. That Galaxy has accepted the fragment world. The ancient Ming Venerable exhaled lightly and a smile appeared on his face. Based on the black-cloaked youth's premonition talent, he inferred that Lin Yuan would most likely become a Chaos Great Saint in the future. Faced with an existence of such boundless potential, not offending him was the basic requirement, anything else would be seeking death. The next step would be to determine how to form a good relationship. Establishing goodwill required careful planning. One must avoid making the other party feel pressured or uncomfortable. For example, if the ancient Ming Venerable were to personally appear and send various treasures, it might instead alert Lin Yuan. That would be a case of loss outweighing gain. In situations where the other party needed something, secretly facilitating it from behind the scenes was often the best approach. This galaxy must know that it was you, ancient Ming, who instructed wants you to do so behind the scenes. Narrated the black-cloaked youth. Anyone who could cultivate to the 12th rank wasn't foolish. For wants you sovereign to give away such a gift for no apparent reason, how could there not be the ancient Ming venerable pulling strings behind the scenes? That is certain. The ancient Ming venerable nodded. However, the fact that your premonition has allowed you to sense a crisis of certain death is truly extraordinary. The ancient Ming venerable still marveled. The future was uncertain, even the smallest change could spawn countless timelines. The black-cloaked youth wasn't unfamiliar with prodigiously talented cultivators, such as heirs or descendants of the great saints. Yet, when facing these types of prodigious talents, the black-cloaked youth would only sense faint traces of danger, suggesting that the probability of these prodigious talents developing into threats remained negligible. Among a million future timelines, perhaps only a couple would see them enter the great saint level. But Lin Yuan. That intense sense of crisis was almost overflowing. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Yuan was right in front of him, still at the peak of the path-splitting realm, the black-cloaked youth would have truly believed that he would ascend to Chaos Great Saint at the very next moment. It is unbelievable. The black-cloaked youth nodded. He was also shocked at the time and had even doubted whether his premonition talent was malfunctioning. What a pity that your premonition talent only allows you to perceive crises but cannot capture more specific details, otherwise, you could easily seize the opportunity to form bonds of goodwill with this galaxy. The ancient Ming venerable sighed faintly, expressing regret. At present, all he could do was strive to form a good relationship with Lin Yuan without offending him. As for a true bond of goodwill, that was still far off. Forming true goodwill wasn't so simple. Without a deep understanding of Lin Yuan's temperament, the ancient Ming venerable dared not overdo things, lest he upset Lin Yuan and let his efforts go to waste. Sending forth that fragment world was only because he observed Lin Yuan's genuine desire for it, otherwise, the ancient Ming venerable wouldn't act so recklessly. If I could perceive scenes beyond crises, would I still be stuck at the peak of sovereign realm? The black-cloaked youth rolled his eyes. Premonition is a time-based ability. Under normal circumstances, it falls within the domain of 13th rank perfect time beings. That the youth could barely perceive crises was already thanks to his extraordinary bloodline. It said that those 13th rank time beings can observe one timeline after another. To them, planning the present to orchestrate their desired future is entirely feasible. The ancient Ming venerable gazed absently, filled with longing. And that's just 13th rank time beings. If one considers 14th rank perfect time beings, they could tailor-make their future entirely. If dissatisfied with the future, they could gather themselves and return to the past to alter events until the future would satisfy them. 13th rank time beings, they are far away, entities pursued by numerous great saints across successive cosmic eras, wandering through most of the chaos void without ever being found. The black-cloaked youth remarked. Many peerless great saints spent their entire lives chasing after traces of 13th rank time beings. Yes, too far away indeed. The ancient Ming venerable nodded, but this galaxy lies near. Being able to so closely approach a future chaos great saint meant that as long as he proceeded cautiously, offering timely assistance when needed, the benefits could be boundless. Main Universe. Lin Yuan sat quietly beneath the starry sky. Time and space, Lin Yuan focused deeply. At present, his comprehension of space-time had reached the peak of the 7th realm, and he was merely a step away from surpassing into the 8th realm. This could happen at any moment. It is said that after the cosmic cataclysm, the rebirth of existence begins anew, and then the scene of chaos birthing all things will appear, providing great insights for understanding the transformation of specific powers rooted in chaos rule. Lin Yuan silently pondered but knew such a spectacle could only be witnessed within the universe itself. Outside of the universe, It would merely appear as a nebulous gray haze. When the cosmic cataclysm arrives, it'll leave behind an avatar in the Xianhuang secret realm to observe how the universe regenerates. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Even if he didn't focus on observing the universe's rebirth, he would still leave behind an avatar within the Xianhuang secret realm as one of his survival strategies. After all, the safety of the Xianhuang secret realm was indisputable, coupled with its isolation from causal time and space. Even if Lin Yuan were to encounter insurmountable dangers within the chaos void, he could rely on the survival measures tied to his Xianhuang secret realm avatar. Galaxy. At this moment, 9 Xianyuan Supremes, including Xia Qin, appeared. The clan's migration is nearly complete, but lately, those alien strong ones have been clamoring to fully integrate into our human civilization, seeking only that we bring them along. Xia Qin Supreme gazed at Lin Yuan and asked, "What's your take on this matter, Galaxy?" "Bring them along." Lin Yuan replied casually. No matter which universe undergoes a cataclysmic collapse, the vast majority of life forms will perish with it. Even the survival rate of 12 rank beings will be slim. That the human civilization could achieve a complete evacuation owed entirely to Lin Yuan. Thus, for those abandoned alien strong ones, opting to pledge themselves utterly to human civilization simply to survive was entirely reasonable. Sia the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Yuan had no concerns regarding this. Total integration via pledging oneself was akin to enslavement, and they would certainly be subject to countless constraints, leaving no chance for rebellion. Understood. The 9 Xianyuan Supremes nodded in agreement before vanishing. Moments later, 2 figures began to coalesce not far from where Lin Yuan was seated. It was 2 ultimate beings of the robber clan. Galaxy Supreme. The 2 robber clan ultimates slightly bowed toward Lin Yuan, speaking respectfully. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and gazed toward them. The 2 robber clan ultimate beings felt their hearts tremble. As Lin Yuan's gaze descended upon them, they experienced an inexplicable sensation of their souls incessantly plummeting. A single glance is enough to instill soul-level dissent. Were Galaxy Supreme intent on killing us, not even the protection of ancestral sanctuaries would save us. The 2 robber clan ultimates swallowed nervously, speculating inwardly. It's no wonder he's the reincarnation of a great saint, remaining so formidable even under the suppression of the universe. The robber clan hailed from a chaos void great saint-level faction, leaving the 2 ultimate beings privy to numerous esoteric truths. They were acutely aware of the difficulty Lin Yuan's achievements represented. Without the suppressive influence of the universe, Galaxy Supreme would likely ascend in one bound to rapidly reclaim his status as a great saint. The 2 robber clan ultimate beings marveled inwardly. Is Galaxy Supreme aiming to break through to that ultimate step? What reason brings you here? Lin Yuan's gaze fell upon the 2 ultimate beings and he asked calmly. Regarding the secrets of the robber clan, Lin Yuan already knew them thoroughly, including details about the wooden cabin. It was no longer much of a mystery. Galaxy Supreme, as the cosmic cataclysm draws near, while your strength may safeguard you against the obliteration calamity of the cataclysm, caution should still be exercised. The ultimate being on the left spoke with a tone of grave concern, his gaze fixed beyond the universe. Caution beyond the universe. Lin Yuan similarly gazed outward, his expression thoughtful. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1016, Catastrophe. Subscribe. Every time a universe undergoes a great annihilation, it attracts countless robbers. Another robber clan ultimate spoke. No matter where you are, plundering is one of the fastest ways to acquire resources and wealth. In the chaos void, the weak are prey to the strong. Most regions lack any semblance of order, so naturally, robbers flourish. To nearly all robbers, universes birthed by the chaos void are akin to a delicacy. They have no particular attachment to the universe itself, but their interest lies in the 12-layer powerhouses who survived the Great Annihilation. These 12-layer powerhouses, who have lingered within their cosmic cradle, are certainly weaker in battle compared to their counterparts in the Chaos Void, who have endured countless brutal wars. After a Great Annihilation, the 12-layer powerhouses who survive and enter the Chaos Void are bound to carry vast amounts of cosmic resources and treasures. Weak in combat yet carrying so many treasures? They naturally become the golden prize in the eyes of every robber. Indeed. The robber clan ultimate who had spoken first nodded in agreement. Among the Chaos Void robbers, there are powerful figures, even those who have reached the Dominator realm. After all, when a universe undergoes great annihilation, any 12-layer ultimate who endures the calamity will carry treasures and weapons worth at least 10,000 Chaos Stones. With the strength of a Dominator realm powerhouse, suppressing a path-splitting realm figure emerging from a destroyed universe would be effortless. Casually seizing 10,000, or even tens of thousands of Chaos Stones. A Dominator realm expert wouldn't pass up such an opportunity. Under normal circumstances, predicting the timing of a universe's great annihilation is nearly impossible. From the outside, there's no indication, so even if robbers wish to plunder, they can't pinpoint the exact time of destruction. They can't simply linger nearby forever, can they? The second robber clan ultimate remarked, but according to the intelligence gathered by the strongest figures of the galaxy, our universe is set to enter its great annihilation prematurely due to the aftermath of a battle between two Chaos Great Saints. SAR the Novel Fire, any *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. With the power of the Chaos Great Saints, the range of influence from their clash should extend far beyond our universe. Thus, we hypothesize that a massive swarm of robbers will follow these two great saints, specifically targeting universes affected by their battle that are prematurely pushed into great annihilation. The two robber clan ultimates had thought everything through strategically. In truth, their own survival wouldn't be greatly impacted by the premature annihilation of the universe since they wouldn't venture out. The robber clan's population was already sparse, and their ancestral dwelling could comfortably accommodate everyone. But the strongest figures of the galaxy. When the strongest figures of the galaxy relocate all citizens of human civilization, the great annihilation calamity they face would undoubtedly be unimaginably terrifying. Under such circumstances, they might sustain injuries. Upon entering the Chaos Void, encountering ambushes by robbers would likely prove troublesome. The two robber clan ultimates didn't believe that the strongest figures of the galaxy would fall as a result. What a joke. A great saint reincarnated wouldn't be defeated, no matter how severe their injuries, even by a swarm of Dominator realm powerhouses. Their advice was purely a reminder for Lin Yuan to remain vigilant. Thank you for your warning. Lin Yuan's tone was calm. The two robber clan ultimates had made valid points. Even an actual Chaos Realm venerable facing the universe's final retaliatory surge could not guarantee escaping unscathed. But Lin Yuan. These two robber clan ultimates were still unaware of the extent of Lin Yuan's abilities, his physical body divine ability of rebirth from a single drop of blood, along with the Xianhuang physique and elemental physique. No matter how severe the injuries, Lin Yuan's recovery was a matter of moments. Unless he was obliterated instantly and entirely, death was almost impossible for him. Ancient Ming Chaos Continent. Lin Yuan smoothly entered the fragment world of Star Tears. Not bad, not bad. Lin Yuan appeared quite satisfied. This fragment world, while only 1,000th the size of the main universe, could completely accommodate all citizens of the human civilization. It's important to note that within the cosmic starry skies of the main universe, most of the regions are inhospitable star domains. Citizens primarily reside on life planets. Yet for the Star Tears fragment world, there are no inhospitable areas, with its livable and habitable zones encompassing nearly the entire world. Not only could it house the entire human civilization, but it could effortlessly accommodate all species and life forms within the main universe as well. In comparison to sheer living space, this fragment world wasn't much smaller than the main universe. The aura of star tears, Lin Yuan gazed down at the star tears fragment world, sensing a gentle energy suffusing the land. It was highly conducive to the nurturing and growth of life. The Dominator wants you dared to price this fragment world at 1.2 million chaos stones, largely due to the natural properties of star tier minerals. The propagation and nurturing of life are best carried out within the chaos void and individual universes. Only there can life achieve the greatest potential, endowed with nearly infinite possibilities. Lin Yuan pondered silently. In terms of nurturing life, no internal cosmos, whether Lin Yuan's or a chaos venerables, could compare to the cosmic void and the universe's birth within it. In terms of level alone, Lin Yuan's internal cosmos, or that of any chaos venerable, was not weaker than universes born of the chaos void. But when it came to life-nurturing capacity, they fell far short. Even in the cosmos of a chaos great saint, the life it nurtured was perpetually locked at the 11th layer, with those advancing to the 12th layer being extraordinarily rare, and Dominator realm internal cosmos lifeforms having never appeared at all. According to the legacy of the infinite void, the chaos void contains an intrinsic vitality force. It is precisely this vitality that grants the life it nurtures unparalleled potential, a quality absent in internal cosmoses. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1017, Catastrophe. Please subscribe, _2 Lin Yuan was deep in thought. That vitality power, at the very least, he needed to cultivate the infinite void to the 4th layer to evolve it within his internal cosmos. 4th layer of infinite void. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The 1st layer of infinite void already rivaled the internal cosmos of a chaos venerable. The 2nd layer brought one's internal cosmos close to the majesty of a chaos great saint's cosmos. By the 3rd layer, one's internal cosmos would surpass that of ordinary great saints. As for the 4th layer, at that level, his internal cosmos would place Lin Yuan close to invincibility at the 12th realm. It was worth noting that the infinite void, inheritance of the 13th realm, only had 7 theoretical layers, with the 7th layer being purely conceptual. Strictly speaking, this inheritance truly consisted of only 6 layers. Now it's just a matter of waiting for the cosmic apocalypse to descend. Lin Yuan suddenly felt a surge of inspiration. It's the right time to claim the 8th layer reward. Before reaching the 12th realm, Lin Yuan had already passed the 8th layer of the demonic jade space black tower. However, when the humanoid statue Shenji had presented the list of rewards back then, Lin Yuan hadn't been able to decide immediately, intending to revisit the selection once he reached the 12th realm. Boz. Lin Yuan sent a strand of his spiritual consciousness to descend into the demon jade space. Before the 9th layer of the black tower, Lin Yuan's figure emerged. You've arrived. Shenji, in humanoid statue form, walked forth, his gaze complex as he looked at Lin Yuan. From the oppressive presence emanating from Lin Yuan's spiritual consciousness incarnation, Shenji surmised that Lin Yuan's strength had advanced yet again since his last descent. Does cultivation truly have no bottleneck? Shenji stared at Lin Yuan, his mind involuntarily shifting to this thought. Before encountering Lin Yuan, Shenji had witnessed numerous disciples of the magic jade tower trapped at various bottlenecks, stagnating for tens of millions, even billions of years, or entire cosmic eras without any further progress. The despair and toil of that plight. But Lin Yuan. Every time Shenji saw Lin Yuan, his strength had undoubtedly grown, and grown significantly at that. I've come to select the 8th layer reward. Lin Yuan spoke directly. No problem. Shenji exhaled softly for reasons he couldn't comprehend, at least Lin Yuan wasn't here to challenge the 9th layer. Please take a look. Shinji turned his hand, summoning an illusory light screen before Lin Yuan. The list of rewards displayed on the screen was sparse, with only 6 or 7 items noted. After all, the 8th layer of the Black Tower represented a pinnacle level of dominion strength, and treasures at this tier were already exceedingly rare. Furthermore, Lin Yuan had cleared the 8th layer while only at the 11th realm. Given this, the rewards on the list needed to be raised by several more grades, making them even scarcer. Examine them carefully. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Shinji said, standing nearby. All right. Lin Yuan nodded. In truth, Lin Yuan had already mulled over the 8th layer reward list numerous times, and his decision was essentially finalized. I choose this one. Lin Yuan directed his gaze to Shinji. On the reward list, there were weapons and artifacts at the level of Great Saints, as well as rare and mysterious treasures belonging to Great Saint domains. However, Lin Yuan didn't choose any of these. Instead, he opted for a crystalline object. More specifically, a crystal encasing a single drop of blood. This one. Shinji's expression turned slightly grave. In terms of rarity, the items on this list are incomparable. This drop of time blood is undoubtedly the most precious. But are you sure you want this one? Shinji stared at Lin Yuan. I'm certain. Lin Yuan nodded. The weapons and Great Saint level artifacts on the list were undeniably valuable, but Lin Yuan felt that this drop of time blood suited him far better. The so-called time blood, in its literal sense, was the blood of a 13th realm temporal life form. Of course, this drop of blood didn't originate from an actual 13th realm being, but from a spectacle life form imbued with immensely rich time-based lineage. Life forms birthed in the chaos void all had varying amounts of time lineage flowing through their veins. Back in the day, the Master, along with several other great saints, waited tens of cosmic eras and paid an enormous price to hunt down that spectacle life form. In the end, the Master obtained part of the life form's body, which he continually refined, eventually producing this drop of time blood. Shinji explained. Truthfully, this drop of time blood shouldn't even have appeared on the 8th layer reward list. It shouldn't have been available on the 9th layer's list either. But Lin Yuan was too extraordinary, clearing the 8th layer while still at the 11th realm. Shinji hadn't known what reward to prepare for Lin Yuan, and so he had simply added the drop of time blood. Was that spectacle life form so difficult to kill? Lin Yuan was deeply astonished. The Moyu Tower Master was an unparalleled great saint. Yet even he had to join forces with several other great saints, waiting tens of cosmic eras, just to barely slay that spectacle life form. The spectacle life form carried immensely dense time lineage. The one the Master hunted possessed unparalleled temporal bloodlines and was gifted with numerous time-related talents, such as foreseeing future scenes. Naturally, it was hard to kill. Shinji elaborated. Foreseeing future scenes. Lin Yuan gazed at the drop of time blood noted on the reward list. If that claim were true, then it certainly explained how arduous the battle had been. A creature able to foresee future events could preemptively identify and avoid danger. After all, danger's nature lies in its unpredictability. If one could foresee it, they could prepare countermeasures or avoid it altogether. Even with such abilities, it still perished. Lin Yuan pondered internally, further deducing that the so-called foreseeing future scenes must not have been an absolute ability. Even a 13th realm temporal life form would only see portions of future timelines, not the entirety. This drop of time blood is yours now. Remember to keep it well protected and ensure no one else finds out about it. Shinji solemnly warned. Even the Demon Jade Great Saint, an unrivaled great saint, had paid tremendous costs to create this single drop of time blood. If other Chaos Great Saints learned of its existence, they would certainly try to seize it by force. To great saints, a drop of time blood this potent could greatly help them inch closer to the 13th realm. Main Universe. Xianhuang's secret realm. Lin Yuan's spiritual consciousness returned to his body. Simultaneously, the drop of time blood sealed within the crystal appeared before him. This drop of time blood. Lin Yuan felt faintly entranced, even through the crystal ceiling. Gazing upon the blood allowed him to faintly glimpse fragmented future scenes pertaining to himself. Take your time to comprehend it. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts and began a new round of secluded cultivation. Time passed. In an instant, 300 years had gone by. For Lin Yuan, 300 years felt like a single moment, as if he were still in the same moment from 300 years ago, only now it was 3 centuries later. Chaos rule, Lin Yuan reflected internally. Over those 300 years, he had comprehended hundreds of pillar-level Dao paths. As each Dao path interwove and matured, the chaos rule had already reached the peak of the first realm. Unlike other rules, the chaos rule only contained 3 realms. Typically, chaos venerables resided somewhere between the first and second realm. To elevate the chaos rule to the second realm, perhaps the spatio-temporal fusion rule will need to reach the 8th realm. Lin Yuan speculated inwardly. With the chaos rule at the second realm, he could begin to manifest the chaos yin-yang taiji, a path rooted in the rules of the source world, far superior to the chaos void. Search *the novel, F. Higher. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Compared to the source world, the chaos void's strength lay in its ample foundations, supported by internal cosmoses. Step by step. Lin Yuan was in no rush and once again took out the crystal, within which the time blood was sealed. Despite 300 years of meditation, Lin Yuan's progress in comprehending the time blood had been painstakingly slow. It must be that my life level is still too low. Lin Yuan mused to himself. At present, his life level remained at the path-splitting realm. Even for a being nurtured within the chaos void, it was extraordinarily difficult to interpret the mysteries of the time blood from his current vantage point. Just as Lin Yuan prepared to continue studying the time blood within the crystal, his expression suddenly changed. In the next moment, Lin Yuan departed the Xianhuang secret realm and appeared beneath the cosmic starry skies, his gaze fixed on a distant location outside the cosmos. It's here. Lin Yuan's expression turned grave. With his current perception, he could faintly sense an exceedingly terrifying wave, a tide, vast like a cosmic ocean, sweeping forth and engulfing the direction he faced. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1018, The Great Cosmic Catastrophe. Subscribe please, this is a catastrophe. Sir the novel, F. Higher. Ed website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Yuan quietly felt the terrifying wave surging toward him like a tide. The feud between the 2 chaos great saints had caused this universe to step early into demise. If not for Lin Yuan, the number of survivors among humanity's civilization might not even reach 1 in a million. But it wasn't limited to Lin Yuan's home universe. Along the path of battle between the 9 Phoenix Great Saint and the Shadow Demon Great Saint, countless universes had prematurely fallen into ruin. To the living beings within these universes, including 12th layer extremes, this was undoubtedly a calamity, an unstoppable disaster that could only be endured passively. Such was the power of the Chaos Great Saints, apex existences of the Chaos Void, whose every action could twist the fate of countless sentient beings. Prepare yourselves. Lin Yuan immediately contacted Xianyuan Supreme and 9 other Supremes. Swish, swish, swish. 9 figures appeared in turn. Humanity's civilization had largely completed its migration over 2 centuries ago, and the 9 Supremes had been constantly awaiting the arrival of calamity. Galaxy, you've told us to prepare, Xianyuan Supreme looked at Lin Yuan, speaking in a low voice. Their spatio-temporal fusion comprehension remained at the sixth realm, and they could not sense the tide-like terrifying fluctuation Lin Yuan was faintly aware of. It's almost here. Lin Yuan nodded. These words engendered mixed emotions in the hearts of the Nine Supremes. For years, they had heard from Lin Yuan that their homeland universe would suffer premature collapse due to the battles of the Chaos Great Saints. Yet even Lin Yuan could not pinpoint the timing for certain, as the combat trajectories of the two great saints were only roughly predictable and subject to sudden redirection. This uncertainty had kept alive a sliver of hope in the Nine Supremes' hearts, deeply bonded to the universe they called their homeland. But Lin Yuan's prompt for preparation now implied the impact was imminent, making the catastrophe an inevitable truth. As time ticked on, two extremes of destructive energies neared the home universe, no longer sensed solely by Lin Yuan but also by 12th-layer powerhouses scattered throughout. The universe is collapsing. Alien beings at the 12th layer grew nervous. Save for anomalies like Lin Yuan, the collapse of a universe was akin to a harrowing brush with oblivion. Moreover, the premature arrival, half a cosmic era early, meant these 12th-layer beings had lost crucial time for advancing their strength, further lowering their odds of survival. The Saints' Duel. Within Robber clan territory, two extremes huddled in a wooden hut, trying to make sense of the overwhelming energy waves. Even as Chaos Great Saints, they can only cause premature collapse, not erase a universe entirely. If we stay within the ancestral house, we won't face danger. The two Robber clan extremes whispered to themselves. Neither the great saint-level forces nor His Majesty Xian Huang dared leave the universe entirely, having arranged contingency measures inside its domain. This was due to the universe being shielded by chaos rules. Not even supreme great saints could leave an indelible mark upon it. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged under the starry sky, now acutely attuned to the ruinous impact wave wrapping around him. This destructive power was composed of two forces, constantly entangled and colliding, annihilating everything within the chaos void. Even something as vast as the cosmic starry skies suffered permanent, irreparable damage as the force swept through, beginning its demise. Observing closely, Lin Yuan noticed one force was fiery red, fueled by infinite chaos to produce what he recognized as the chaos flame. This chaos flame differed entirely from the one wielded by Lord Qingfen in the origin world. Lord Qingfen's flames were pure destruction and incendiary might, whereas this chaos flame was brimming with vitality, imbued with the essence of renewal. Nine Phoenix Great Saint. Lin Yuan speculated silently. Though he hadn't seen the battles firsthand, he was confident this energy hailed from Nine Phoenix Great Saint. The Nine Phoenix Great Saint had ascended to Great Saint through mastery of the chaos flame. The opposing force entangled with the flame took the form of utter darkness, a vast shadow swallowing existence into silent death. Shadow Demon Great Saint. Lin Yuan's thoughts raced, certain this shadow power belonged to the Shadow Demon Great Saint, the only rival capable of stalemating the Nine Phoenix. Boom! The two wholly different forces collided and spread outward, unleashing chaotic ripples across the void. Endless swathes of emptiness were ravaged and decimated. Lin Yuan's senses heightened, his seventh realm mastery of spatio-temporal fusion enabling him to detect a neighboring universe away from his homeland. This neighboring universe had already been engulfed by the two forces. Crash! The universe began collapsing at its origin, with the river of time drying up at breakneck speed, leaving its inhabitants defenseless and terrified. Oh, collapse! Our universe wasn't supposed to falter so soon. How could this happen? Our tribes haven't even migrated yet. 12th layer extremes in the crumbling universe sensed the calamity a dozen breaths ahead but could only stash treasures within their inner worlds. Their tribes could only meet the collapse head-on. Entire clans perished in an instant, obliterated so fast they couldn't feel pain before vanishing. Crash! Boom! The universe continued imploding, a process proportional to its colossal scale, as it churned toward inevitable collapse. Fewer than 10 12th layer survivors will emerge here, Lin Yuan faintly sensed, arriving at this conclusion. The difference between preparation and unawareness was stark, especially for beings beneath 12th layer strength. Foreknowledge allowed weaker beings refuge within the ultimate's inner worlds, offering some chance of survival. In external collapse, even the sturdiest could fall to the river of time's drying currents, an assured death for any tethered fundamentally to its flow. Lin Yuan sat gazing at the progressively crumbling nearest universe, his heart void of joy or sorrow. Chaos Great Saint strength is beyond what I can contend with. Their unique powers shaped by chaos rules are unimaginable. I wonder what my chaos yin-yang taiji power would manifest as. Could it rival their chaos flame and chaos shadow? Lin Yuan pondered. Amid the spread of overwhelming forces, two figures stood tall at the center of their battle. The two resembled black holes, radiating terror that shattered the chaos void. 9 Phoenix, now that we're both great saints, why must we fight without end? The male figure on the right, draped in endless shadow, spoke to his counterpart. No end. Shadow demon, you slaughtered my kin to extinction. Even if it kills me, I will destroy you. 9 Phoenix Great Saint, a cold-faced woman, stared daggers at Shadow Demon Great Saint, her eyes brimming with hatred. Born of the chaos void's phenomena, she had been accompanied by 8 kin of a similar nature. For untold eons, 9 Phoenix Great Saint shared life with these siblings, until Shadow Demon arrived. In those days, Shadow Demon lacked the status of a great saint, being merely a chaos venerable. To use the kin's flesh as cultivation material, he massacred all 8 siblings. 9 Phoenix narrowly escaped with her kin's aid. Thus began their eternal vendetta. Years passed as both ascended to the rank of great saints. Combat between chaos venerables entailed a degree of exhaustion, making their confrontations intermittent. But as great saints, armed with chaos rule-derived power, they now fought without limits, drawing endless resources from the chaos void itself. Kill me. The chaos flame you wield lacks the means for destruction. You cannot end me. Shadow Demon Great Saint spoke with resignation. 9 Phoenix Great Saint was unable to harm him, yet neither could he bring her defeat. The regenerative chaos flame she wielded solidified her as near immortal in combat, a fact even a coalition of great saints couldn't easily counter. Unable to kill you. Then I'll drag you down. 9 Phoenix's words were frost-edged and resolute. She could spend eternity locked in pursuit with Shadow Demon Great Saint. 9 Phoenix, you madwoman. Shadow Demon's voice dropped low, dragged into endless conflict. This willingness to forsake advancement solely to hinder him, what else could it be but insanity? Boz. Though engaging in conversation, the pair traded blows countless times in fleeting instants before vanishing into the void. The lingering power from their clashes rippled outward, its chaos continuing to devour entire universes prematurely. It's here. Lin Yuan tuned into the moment. The two forces had arrived, triggering a deafening cry from the home universe's origin source as spacetime warped toward collapse. The collapse began from the universe's edges, spreading gradually inward until it folded into chaos once more, heralding the birth of a new universe expanding forth. Lin Yuan's expression turned solemn. Confident as he was in surviving the collapse, he dared not dismiss its challenges lightly. Boom! The outskirts of the universe began disintegrating swiftly. And at the very instant the collapse initiated, Lin Yuan's pupils contracted as he detected an unimaginable deviation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1019 Massive World-Breaking Origin Force, Added Chapter, Requesting Monthly Pass. This is, Lin Yuan felt a slight shock in his heart. Just now, as the universe began to shatter, massive areas of the fringe starfield collapsed. Lin Yuan immediately noticed that the speed at which he accumulated world-breaking origin force began to soar. Until now, after numerous tests by Lin Yuan, the upper limit of world-breaking origin force accumulation speed had always been locked at the efficiency of accumulating a strand every 90 days. As for an increase, even if Lin Yuan actively tore through the universe's void, creating an unprecedented eternal spatial rift, it still couldn't increase the accumulation speed of world-breaking origin force. But now, Lin Yuan clearly felt that the accumulation speed of world-breaking origin force was skyrocketing. Not just increasing. It was skyrocketing. From the initial 90 days per strand to 50 days per strand, 20 days per strand, 1 day per strand, 10 strands per day, 1,000 strands per day. As the great disintegration of the universe continued, more and more star domains collapsed. The accumulation speed of world-breaking origin force seemed to be endlessly increasing. In just a few dozen breaths, Lin Yuan had accumulated hundreds of strands of world-breaking origin force. The great disintegration of the universe, does it really help accumulate world-breaking origin force so much? Lin Yuan was pleasantly surprised. All along, he couldn't comprehend what kind of energy world-breaking origin force truly was. If not for the myriad realms gates accumulation, he wouldn't have been aware of world-breaking origin force at all. And ever since Lin Yuan stepped into the 12th tier, more uses of the myriad realms gate had been discovered, among which world-breaking origin force played a nearly omnipotent role. In theory, as long as there is enough world-breaking origin force, even a chaos great saint or a great saint would be suppressed without resistance. And suppression is just the most trivial aspect of world-breaking origin force. Its most crucial use is creation, is omnipotence. Over 1,000 strands of world-breaking origin force now. In Lin Yuan's contemplation, he found that the world-breaking origin force he had accumulated had unknowingly increased by 1,000 strands. 1,000 strands of world-breaking origin force, at the usual accumulation rate, would take 200 or 300 years. But how long has it been now? Not even 10 minutes. This great disintegration of the universe, Lin Yuan felt a joy in his heart, didn't expect that the great disintegration of the universe was not entirely a bad thing. At least according to the current rate of world-breaking origin force accumulation, from the beginning to the end of this universal apocalypse, the number of world-breaking origin force he finally acquires will start at least in the millions of strands. Is it because the universe is completely collapsing? Lin Yuan speculated. Initially, he thought the great disintegration of the universe was related to the eternal spatial rift. Because being under the eternal spatial rift would increase world-breaking origin force accumulation speed to a certain extent until it was fixed at an accumulation rate of 90 strands per day. But until he stepped into the 12th tier, he didn't realize that was not the case. Being close to an eternal spatial rift can increase the accumulation speed, not because of the rift itself, but because it's closer to the chaos void. Until the eternal spatial rift is vast enough, the void breath that spills into the universe reaches its extreme, akin to being in the chaos void, then the accumulation speed of world-breaking origin force stands at 90 days per strand. For example, now one of Lin Yuan's avatars was in the chaos void. Even without other avatars beside the eternal spatial rift, the accumulation speed of world-breaking origin force is still 90 days per strand. The accumulation speed of 90 days per strand is the normal rate under the chaos void. Forget it. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment. Without any leads, the rebirth of the collapsed universe is the result of the chaos void rules, and even a great saint cannot comprehend it. Thinking about these at the moment was meaningless. Crash. Massive areas of the starry sky crumbled, turning into nothingness. One by one, the 12th tier ultimate beings immediately began transferring the life essence imprints of the universe clan people inside them. At this moment, as the universe rapidly disintegrated, the origin source consciousness fell into unprecedented weakness. Transferring the life imprints of the universe creatures within them now meant less backlash. The river of time began to dry up gradually. Many 12th-tier ultimate beings took action, transferring all life imprints to the river of time within their internal universe. Suddenly, varying degrees of backlash struck. Many 12th-tier ultimate beings appeared solemn, silently bearing the backlash from the universe itself. The backlash they endured was like ripples on a calm water surface stirred by an undercurrent. Each 12th-tier ultimate being knew well, having not carried more life than they could bear into their internal universe, the backlash they faced was within the estimated range. It's my turn. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged under the starry sky, seeing many 12th-tier ultimate beings withstanding the backlash from the universe's origin source consciousness. He too immediately began transferring all citizens' life imprints from his internal universe. Buzz. 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 If the transfer of the life essence imprints of world spirits inside other 12th-tier ultimate beings was like ripples stirred on a calm surface, then when Lin Yuan began transferring the life essence imprints of countless citizens from his internal universe, the surface was not merely stirred into ripples but directly boiled, as if it exploded. The origin source consciousness of the universe, which was originally weak and about to fall asleep, suddenly jolted awake, incredulously sensing the constant disappearance of innumerable life essence imprints within the universe. Rumble. Unparalleled backlash converged, enveloping Lin Yuan. As other 12th-tier ultimate beings sensed this backlash, they couldn't help but tremble inside. If it were them facing such backlash, they would likely turn to ashes in an instant, unable to endure even a few breaths. Search *the novel_fire. @ website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. It's the strongest in the galaxy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1020 Massive World-Breaking Origin Force, added chapter, seeking monthly pass, _2" The strongest entity of the galaxy has taken all citizens of the human civilization into his internal universe, transferring such an enormous number of lives in an instant. The cosmic backlash this would provoke is unprecedented. I can feel it, the origin source of the universe is enraged. A series of 12th-layer ultimate beings felt their scalps go numb. The origin source of the universe, devoid of specific emotions, now rarely revealed its fury. Lin Yuan's actions had unequivocally shattered its boundaries. Normally, after the grand obliteration of a universe, countless lives would fall alongside it and transform into nourishment, fueling the birth of the next cosmic era. Yet now, with Lin Yuan transferring most of the lives away, the loss of such vast numbers would cause the cosmos to require far greater time to foster new energy, an immense detriment. The galaxy, the 9 strongest beings of the human civilization simultaneously turned their gazes toward Lin Yuan, their expressions tinged with worry. Even though they held unwavering faith in Lin Yuan, the genuine sense of rage emanating from the origin source left them slightly unsettled. Angry, huh? Lin Yuan also detected the emotion radiating from the cosmic origin source. However, he did not stop but continued transferring the life imprints of the countless citizens residing within his internal universe. In the next moment, the backlash descended. A terrifying pressure cloaked everything, yet it seemed as though it dissipated into nothingness, incapable even of disturbing the hem of Lin Yuan's garment. In the distance, numerous 12th-layer alien beings were closely observing Lin Yuan's movements, eager to witness how the strongest entity of the galaxy would withstand this wave of backlash. What's going on? Did the cosmic backlash truly land upon the strongest entity of the galaxy? Why do I feel like he hasn't moved an inch? A series of 12th-layer alien ultimate beings inhaled sharply, gaining a deeper understanding of the ultimate power wielded by the strongest entity of the galaxy. SAR the novel, F. Higher. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The strongest entity of the galaxy is simply too powerful. 2 ultimate beings of the robber clan exclaimed in awe. As beings at the peak of the path-splitting realm, supported by ancestral senses, they clearly understood the magnitude of the cosmic backlash Lin Yuan was enduring. Even masters in the sovereign realm would face mortal wounds when subjected to such a backlash, yet Lin Yuan remained untouched, as though nothing had occurred. Beyond the universe. Many universes had preemptively entered their grand obliteration, attracting numerous powerful beings. Outside each crumbling universe, groups of powerful entities stood guard, just waiting for the 12th layer ultimate beings inside those universes to escape, so they could be crushed and looted. Following behind the Shadow Demon Great Saint and the 9 Phoenix Great Saint, I've already plundered 11 universes. The treasures I've obtained are likely worth nearly 100,000 Chaos Stones. 100,000 Chaos Stones. If earned traditionally, who knows how long it might take. 1 cosmic era. 2 cosmic eras. Now, just by waiting outside these universes, we can readily obtain them. It's far too easy. Indeed, the 12th layer beings inside these universes lack combat experience. And since we hide in the shadows, they possess no means of resistance. The plunderers stationed outside the universes were chatting casually. They occupied different regions surrounding the collapsing universes, ready to ensnare the fleeing 12th layer beings the moment they escaped. Unfortunately, the speed of the 2 great saints is far too overwhelming, not to mention the waiting time between cosmic obliterations. Many collapsing universes have likely already been monopolized by the stronger entities ahead. Why bother thinking about all that? At least the nearby few universes belong to us. Many plunderers lamented in frustration. If they could forever follow the 2 great saints, their rewards would likely be immeasurable, but this was far from attainable. What level of speed do the Chaos Great Saints possess? Even in pure slaughter, they are unmatched, far beyond the grasp of sovereign realm beings. Furthermore, trailing behind the Chaos Great Saints demands precision. Get too close, and one risks being obliterated by the residual waves of their battles, alongside those universes. Not even universes, whose magnitude rivals that of Chaos Venerables, could avoid premature demise under such circumstances. Sovereign realm beings stood little chance of survival. However, if one remained too far away, either the cosmic obliteration would end, leaving no 12th layer beings to capture, or closer plunderers would take the spoils instead. Thus, maintaining the optimal distance was crucial. Of course, this all applied solely to plunderers of the sovereign realm and path-splitting realm. Chaos Venerables. Chaos Venerables dared not approach the battlefields of the Great Saints. Within the view of Chaos Great Saints, sovereign realm beings seemed insignificant and inconsequential. However, Chaos Venerables invariably attracted their attention. If the Chaos Great Saints harbored even a shred of malicious intent, the Venerables' fates would be gravely uncertain. Chaos Venerables typically governed their own Chaos continents, wielding a stable and abundant source of Chaos Stones, making scavenging behind the Great Saints unnecessary. Harvesting the remnants of a universe held little appeal for Chaos Venerables. Given the significant risks involved, they wisely weighed the costs against gains. Outside the universe where Lin Yuan's homeland resided, a colossal black ship rapidly approached, stretching roughly 1,000,000 miles long, its aura as unfathomable as an abyss. The ship's presence projected a cold, oppressive field spanning tens of millions of light-years in radius. Even peak path-splitting realm beings found themselves immobilized under the suppressive force of this field. This universe has also entered its grand obliteration. Well set up camp here. Standing on the ship's prow was a towering figure over 10 meters tall, his gaze indifferent, silently observing the distant universe. The figure, named Shuiyu, was a renowned peak sovereign realm powerhouse, who had joined the ranks of plunderers targeting collapsing universes. It couldn't be helped, the 12th layer beings within those universes were far too easy to subdue, posing virtually no risks while yielding stable treasure. Even peak sovereign realm beings found this irresistible. At this moment, on the opposite side of Lin Yuan's home universe, a massive suspended island spanning 1,000,000 miles tore through the void to appear. Ha ha ha. So it's Shuiyu Sovereign. On the suspended island stood another figure, serpent-headed with a human torso, exuding an overwhelming aura as he gazed distantly at the black ship. Serpent Demon. Shuiyu Sovereign frowned. Although the Serpent Demon Sovereign wasn't yet at the peak of the Sovereign realm, he was close. With peculiar methods Shuiyu Sovereign preferred to avoid antagonizing. The two Sovereign realm beings locked eyes across the void briefly, their intentions obvious. They shared the same target, the distant universe that had entered its grand obliteration. Shuiyu, how about splitting this universe between us? That area is yours, and this area is mine. What do you think? The Serpent Demon Sovereign proposed. Sovereign realm beings typically avoided mutual conflict unless absolutely necessary, and the rewards of a single universe seldom justified risking their lives in a battle. Thus, preemptive discussions for an equitable split were preferable. Agreed. Shuiyu Sovereign nodded. The so-called split indicated that the 12th layer beings escaping after the cosmic obliteration would belong to whoever's designated region they entered. Theoretically, the 12th layer beings inside the universe could escape from any location. By partitioning the regions beforehand, disputes over the escapees could be avoided. On the black ship, Shuiyu Sovereign gazed distantly at the collapsing universe. My Sovereign. At this moment, dozens of figures appeared behind him, speaking reverently. You will each station yourselves within these regions. Contemplating briefly, Shuiyu Sovereign assigned roles to his subordinates. Given the sheer size of the universe, even half its area was exceedingly difficult to secure. Even someone like Shuiyu Sovereign, a peak figure of unmatched caliber, couldn't maintain vigilance across all areas all the time, necessitating the deployment of subordinates to watch for any escapees. Understood. The dozens of figures nodded before vanishing. They were all peak path-splitting realm beings loyal to Shuiyu Sovereign, serving him earnestly. Occasionally, Shuiyu Sovereign would guide these subordinates or bestow them secret techniques as inheritance. Hopefully, the grand obliteration ends quickly. Shuiyu Sovereign silently contemplated. He intended to move on to the next collapsing universe soon. Throughout, he never regarded the 12th layer beings within the universe as worthy opponents. To him, these 12th layer beings, nurtured in the comforting embrace of their universe, weren't even comparable to his battle-hardened subordinates. In Shuiyu Sovereign's eyes, the 12th layer beings within these universes were merely living chaos stones, whose greatest purpose was to become the sustenance fueling his path of cultivation. To serve as sustenance for his advancement was their honor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1021. Carrying the Universe, Extra Update, requesting monthly tickets, all the transfers are complete. Under the starry sky, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. The full-force backlash from the universe's primordial will had also gradually subsided. No real impact. Lin Yuan remained calm. This backlash, capable of obliterating even dominator-level powerhouses, was far from enough to shake his physical body, soul body, or the universe within him. The world-breaking origin force has already exceeded 10,000. Lin Yuan glanced at the accumulated world-breaking origin force and a smile appeared on his face. In just a brief moment, his world-breaking origin force had increased by 10,000 strands. It should be noted that since Lin Yuan awakened the Myriad Realms Gate until now, the total accumulated world-breaking origin force, including the portions that had already been consumed, had never even come close to reaching 10,000. I wonder if being outside the universe would allow me to accumulate world-breaking origin force at this speed? Lin Yuan thought to himself. The fact that the cosmic collapse significantly accelerated the accumulation speed of world-breaking origin force was indisputable, and Lin Yuan now wanted to determine whether this increase in speed required being inside the universe. If there was no such restriction, then once the home universe underwent its cosmic collapse, Lin Yuan planned to send a fragment of his primordial spirit to search for universes approaching their collapse, using this method to expedite the accumulation of world-breaking origin force. Universes birthed from the chaos void strictly forbade the entry of external life forms. This was an iron law of the rules. Especially during a cosmic collapse, the rejection of external life forms became extreme, allowing entry from within but forbidding entry from without. Next, it's time to attempt leaving the universe. Lin Yuan gazed at the beyond, a feat that represented the most challenging barrier for 12th-tier life forms within the universe. Given the sheer scale of their existence, having swallowed and absorbed countless resources and energies within the universe, trying to break free from its boundaries would undoubtedly provoke fierce resistance and backlash from the primordial will. The process of gradually departing from the universe was termed the Great Collapse Tribulation. Survive it, and vast horizons await in the chaos void. Fail, and one would be permanently confined within the universe, destined to perish utterly. Galaxy, when do you plan to begin? Xianyuan Supreme looked at Lin Yuan, posing this question. The beginning, of course, referred to the act of leaving the universe. I'll wait a little longer, you go first, Lin Yuan replied. At this moment, he was amassing an immense quantity of world-breaking origin force every second, and he truly couldn't bear to leave just yet. Thus, he decided to delay for a while, intending to depart at the final moment. After all, he wasn't certain whether he could still absorb such an abundance of world-breaking origin force once he left the universe. All right. Xianyuan Supreme and the 9 human civilization supremes nodded, then began attempting to charge into the chaos void to break free from the universe. The other 12th-tier aliens took the same approach. They were not Lin Yuan, after all, and the sooner they left, the better. Rumble. Dozens of 12th-tier ultimate beings charged simultaneously toward the universe's edge. In an instant, the universe's primordial consciousness began to intervene, unleashing a tremendous backlash. What? Xianyuan Supreme and the other 12th tiers' expressions changed sharply. The backlash they were now enduring suddenly intensified far beyond their expectations. At this level of backlash, not a single one of these 12th-tier beings was likely to withstand it. They would all be forcibly confined within the universe, catalyzing the birth of the next cosmic era. Ha! Lin Yuan also noticed this anomaly, a trace of puzzlement flashing across his face. Is it because of me? Lin Yuan mulled over the thought. Under normal circumstances, after the cosmic collapse, the primordial consciousness would gradually fall into slumber, which made it relatively easier for 12th-tier lifeforms to break free from the universe and survive the Great Collapse Tribulation. Typically, survival rates approached 50%. This was because the primordial consciousness lacked the strength to resist. But during this cosmic collapse, because Lin Yuan carried an exceptionally large number of human civilization citizens with him, it had completely reawakened the originally weakening primordial consciousness, forcing it to intervene in an attempt to stop Lin Yuan. Though ultimately unsuccessful in halting him, the primordial consciousness had not followed the usual trajectory of slipping into slumber. Thus, all current 12th-tier lifeforms attempting to leave the universe now faced an extraordinarily intense level of backlash, one comparable to the difficulty of escaping before the cosmic collapse commenced. At this level of difficulty, even a peak path-splitting realm expert was highly unlikely to break free, let alone survive the Great Collapse Tribulation. Whoosh! 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 Realizing the terror of this tribulation far exceeded their expectations, Xianyuan Supreme and the other 12th-tier beings retreated without hesitation. If they hesitated any longer, they would face serious injuries. Being gravely injured during the cosmic collapse. That would essentially mean a death sentence. This Great Collapse Tribulation, Xianyuan Supreme and the 9 human civilization supremes looked grim, their hearts sinking to their lowest point. Even the strongest among them, Xianyuan Supreme, held no confidence in surviving, not even for a brief moment. For the 9 human civilization supremes, the situation was equally dire, and for the 12th tier aliens, terror was now visibly etched across their faces. CTH Novelfire, net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Having lost their 12th tier weapons, armories, treasures, and relics to Lin Yuan, their strength was already greatly diminished, and now they faced a spatial great collapse tribulation of this magnitude. We likely won't make it out. Xianyuan Supreme and the other 8 Supremes exchanged glances, collectively arriving at this thought. A tribulation of such terrifying intensity was simply insurmountable for even the strongest path-splitting realm beings. Just as the 9 human civilization supremes resigned themselves to their impending doom, a voice suddenly echoed in their ears. "All of you, enter my internal universe." This voice was unmistakably familiar to the 9 supremes. It belonged to Lin Yuan. "Galaxy, you want us to enter your internal universe? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1022 Bearing the Universe, added chapter, Seeking Monthly Pass, _2 Xianyuan Supreme froze momentarily, then shook his head and said, "In this case, Galaxy, the difficulty you face with the great cataclysmic tribulation will surge drastically. The tribulation this time already far exceeds those of the past, and with another surge, Xianyuan Supreme was unwilling to drag Lin Yuan down. As long as Lin Yuan could leave the universe alive, human civilization would not face extinction. As for them, if their burden caused Lin Yuan to fail the great cataclysmic tribulation, Xianyuan Supreme would be the first to never forgive himself. The other 8 Supremes felt the same way. Taking ordinary life forms out of the universe would already increase the difficulty of the great cataclysmic tribulation, and carrying 1/12th layer Supreme, let alone Lin Yuan planning to take all 9 of the Supremes of human civilization? It's fine. Do not resist. Lin Yuan shook his head lightly, his thoughts stirred, and he absorbed the 9 Supremes, who had yet to react, into his internal universe. In truth, whether or not Lin Yuan took the 9 Supremes, the difficulty of facing the great cataclysmic tribulation would remain unchanged, as it was already at its highest level. The consciousness of the universe's origin source would exhaust every measure to stop Lin Yuan from leaving. "Galactic Supreme, we are willing to pledge eternal allegiance." From afar, countless 12th layer alien entities saw Lin Yuan absorb the 9 Supremes into his internal universe. Despite knowing the chances were slim, they could not resist making a probing plea. Eternal allegiance. Lin Yuan considered briefly, then casually absorbed all the 12th layer alien entities into his internal universe as well. After all, if he carried one, he might as well carry a group. Since the difficulty of the great cataclysmic tribulation remained constant, Lin Yuan naturally didn't mind taking a few more along. Besides, securing allegiance from more 12th layer life forms was without harm. Rustling sounds filled the air. Suddenly, the universe became empty, leaving only Lin Yuan standing tall under the starry skies. "At last, I can truly unleash myself." Lin Yuan let out a faint sigh. Ever since ascending to the 12th layer, his true body had never fought at full strength. Before mastering the infinite void first layer, Lin Yuan was suppressed by the universe's origin source, able at most to exert peak path-splitting realm strength. After mastering the infinite void first layer, Lin Yuan achieved near invincibility at the Dominion realm, daring to challenge even Chaos Venerable. Although the universe's origin source consciousness could no longer suppress him, he still refrained from using his full force. The destructive power was simply too vast. One careless move could inflict irreversible damage upon the cosmic starry skies, the domain of humanity. Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't do such a thing. Now, with the universe facing imminent collapse, Lin Yuan no longer needed to tread cautiously. After all, everything was bound to be destroyed. Boom! Lin Yuan's form abruptly expanded, swelling to an unimaginable size. Just one of his fingers extended across tens of thousands of light years, his eyes resembling two boundless abyssal chasms. A casual exhalation from him could snuff out countless star systems. At this moment, the entire universe seemed, to Lin Yuan, akin to a slightly larger swimming pool. Spacious, yes, but small enough for him to see its edges at a glance. Lin Yuan stretched his limbs freely, the terrifying aura extinguishing countless planets. Had this occurred before the great cataclysmic tribulation, an uncountable number of lives would have perished. Let's go. Lin Yuan lifted his foot and stepped toward the edge of the universe. Outside his home universe, the Blood Dominion and Serpent Demon Dominion were waiting impatiently. According to the natural progression of a collapsing universe, at this time, 12th-layer life forms should already be breaking free. But for this universe before them, there was not the slightest sign, nor even a hint of 12th-layer life forms nearing escape. What's going on? The Blood Dominion furrowed his brows, feeling carefully for a moment. The consciousness of this universe's origin source is extremely active. That shouldn't be. For a collapsing universe, isn't the consciousness supposed to have fallen into slumber? The Blood Dominion pondered briefly. Could it be that a 12th-layer entity carried too many life forms, causing the consciousness of the origin source to reject it, thereby awakening to intervene? Foolish. The Blood Dominion nearly cursed aloud. The awakening of the universe's origin source consciousness increases the difficulty of the tribulation. The Blood Dominion wasn't sympathetic toward the 12th-layer life forms within the universe. Rather, he was annoyed that a more challenging tribulation could lead to far fewer 12th-layer entities surviving, with many more perishing inside the universe. And consequently, their harvest would be reduced. On the other side, the Serpent Demon Dominion realized the same issue, his expression exceedingly grim. Having waited so long, was this the outcome? Forget it. Chalk it up to bad luck. The Blood Dominion glanced at the distant universe, ready to depart. With little chance of any 12th-layer entities emerging, the universe wasn't worth his time. With this time, he could easily reap rewards from another universe. Just as the Blood Dominion turned to leave, he seemed to sense something and abruptly turned back, fixing his gaze on the distant universe. A 12th-layer entity might be breaking free from the universe. The Blood Dominion stared. By now, the universe was more than half collapsed, its outer regions an endless haze, leaving him unable to probe further. Yet he sensed an aura rapidly escaping the universe's confines. To break free in an enhanced tribulation's conditions, it must be at the path-splitting realm's peak. The Blood Dominion's face lit with excitement. A 12th layer being at the peak of the path-splitting realm during a single cosmic era was extraordinarily rare, embodying an unmatched power within its universe. And being supreme within the universe meant what? That most resources within the universe surely belonged to this peak existence. Capturing such an entity would yield far greater rewards than taking 10 or 20 beings from the path-splitting realm. Serpent Demon, the Blood Dominion narrowed his eyes slightly, glancing toward the Serpent Demon Dominion's location. If he had detected this, surely the Serpent Demon Dominion had as well. No doubt, there will be a clash, the Blood Dominion thought to himself. Under normal circumstances, if a dozen or so path-splitting realm life forms escaped a universe, he could split the spoils evenly with the Serpent Demon Dominion, maintaining peace. But with only a single path-splitting realm peak, how could they divide? And a peak existence in the path-splitting realm that had surely encountered extraordinary opportunities would certainly be far more valuable than even anticipated. With this in mind, the Blood Dominion was already prepared for combat. He would act the moment the peak path-splitting realm entity stepped into the chaos void, capturing them instantly before swiftly leaving. By seizing this peak entity, the Blood Dominion would secure the greatest benefits, rendering further conflict with the Serpent Demon Dominion unnecessary. Time flowed steadily. The Blood Dominion waited patiently. He kept most of his focus on the Serpent Demon Dominion, occasionally glancing toward the distant universe. The Blood Dominion was acutely aware that his primary adversary was the Serpent Demon Dominion. If he could overpower the Serpent Demon, the peak path-splitting realm entity would be easily his to take. Rustling sounds arose. At a particular moment, the outward haze of the completely collapsed universe was suddenly torn apart. The Blood Dominion stepped forward swiftly, advancing toward the universe, and the Serpent Demon Dominion mirrored his actions. Halfway there, the Blood Dominion paused in awe as he finally realized, wasn't this tearing of the hazy gas layers far too enormous? Before the Blood Dominion could fully react, he witnessed a scene that would remain etched in his memory forever. A colossal foot emerged through the massive tear in the haze, its size calculated in the millions upon millions of light years. Rustling sounds continued. The tear widened, and an immense, towering giant, nearly equal to the heavens, strode forth. This towering giant walked unimpeded, as countless bolts of lightning, flames, icy winds, and currents, the manifestations of the great cataclysmic tribulation, attempted desperately to hold him back, all to no avail. The giant's pace did not slow for an instant. CTH novel_fire. Ed website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The countless bolts of lightning, flames, icy winds, and currents of the tribulation were trifles to the immense giant. However, they made the Blood Dominion's soul tremble. Each bolt of lightning, spark of flame, icy breeze, or splash of current would have been more than sufficient to annihilate him utterly, yet to the giant, they couldn't even scratch the surface. This? The Blood Dominion raised his head, gazing at the immense giant who strode forth from the universe, his expression utterly dumbfounded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1023 Two Little Guys. Requesting monthly pass, Lin Yuan's internal universe. Even though it houses countless citizens of human civilization and numerous alien lives, vast regions still remain unoccupied. Lin Yuan's internal universe is built upon the foundation of the 13th tier inheritance, Infinite Void. Its profound and unimaginable depth ensures that, as long as space is sufficient, it can accommodate nearly anything. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of 12-tier beings appeared in a corner, expressions of ecstatic joy on their faces. The galaxy's strongest. The galaxy's strongest is willing to protect me. Ha ha ha, the galaxy's strongest is merciful. I finally have hope to survive this great collapse disaster. If I can stay alive, surrendering completely to the galaxy's strongest is hardly worth fretting over. Upon realizing that they had been absorbed into Lin Yuan's internal universe, all the 12-tier beings were initially overwhelmed with joy. They had encountered the edges of the great collapse and understood its horrors, fully certain that surviving it on their own was simply impossible. In such dire circumstances, death was almost an inevitability. Unable to endure the great collapse, they would be forced to remain within the universe, ultimately perishing along with its complete destruction. This is the fate of all 12-tier beings unable to overcome the great collapse. But now, the galaxy's strongest has chosen to bring them into his internal universe. Search * the novel Fire, net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. With the protection of the galaxy's strongest, their hopes of surviving the great collapse had soared exponentially. However, as the multitude of 12-tier beings took in their surroundings, they froze in astonishment. You came in too. The galaxy's strongest is willing to protect you as well. Is everyone here? The 12-tier beings were bewildered. To their shock, the strongest of all 12-tier beings in the universe, aside from human civilization, had been absorbed into the galaxy's strongest's internal universe. Realizing this, many of the 12-tier beings could no longer summon the joy they had felt. With a quick calculation, they determined that Lin Yuan's internal universe currently housed around 80 12-tier beings, coupled with countless citizens of human civilization, and a multitude of aliens who had completely sold themselves to human civilization. On top of that, many 12-tier beings had vast numbers of lives within their own internal universes as well. This meant that, single-handedly, the galaxy's strongest had absorbed all the life within this universe, including the 12-tier beings, into his internal universe, and now intended to survive the Great Collapse with them. The 12-tier beings were in shock, facing the Great Collapse with so many lives in tow. What unimaginable catastrophe awaited? The 12-tier beings could neither imagine nor dare to speculate. During the Great Collapse of the universe, under normal circumstances, all lives would perish along with the destruction, becoming the driving force for the emergence of the next cosmic era. The 12-tier beings are an exception. They possess a narrow chance of survival. If they can endure the Great Collapse, they can live on. Yet this chance is relative. The more lives a 12-tier being carries, the slimmer their odds of survival. Now, the galaxy's strongest is carrying the entirety of the universe's life. How could the origin source possibly tolerate this? With countless lives lost as the driving force, after the universe's great collapse, the time required to bring forth the next cosmic era would become immeasurably prolonged. Can the galaxy's strongest truly endure the great collapse? I don't know. Carrying so many lives, he may face the universe's full force suppression and backlash. The galaxy's strongest, is he truly that confident? All the 12-tier beings were tense. Now they were tied to the galaxy's strongest. If he failed to survive the great collapse, they were destined to perish, with no chance of survival. Tianyu clan, having fought with human civilization for so many years with enmity as deep as the seas, have the audacity to plead for the galaxy's strongest's protection. A 12-tier being glanced at a few Tianyu clan ultimates, expressing slight dissatisfaction. If the Tianyu clan's ultimates hadn't been taken in, the galaxy's strongest might face less pressure from the great collapse, and the odds of surviving would be greater. And the insect race, didn't you vow eternal enmity with humans? Why have you been taken in as well? Where's your backbone? One after another, the 12-tier beings cast irritated looks at each other, knowing that their survival hung on everything. Enough. No need to argue. At that moment, a Star Alliance ultimate spoke up, sweeping a glance at all the 12-tier beings. Do you truly believe the galaxy's strongest cares about the great collapse? At these words, the 12-tier beings froze in place. The Star Alliance ultimate's implication was that the galaxy's strongest did not care about the great collapse. Among the 12-tier beings present, none had the methods of the two ultimates from the robber clan to discern Lin Yuan's capabilities clearly, or to assert that he could challenge the Chaos Venerable. Their understanding of the galaxy's strongest was still confined to him being unable to penetrate path-splitting realm peak-level defensive treasures. Under these conditions, they considered the galaxy's strongest to have, at best, mastery realm strength. Yet a mastery realm being, under the universe's origin source's intense suppression, was not much stronger than those at the path-splitting realm. Do you think I'm wrong? The Star Alliance ultimate chuckled and continued, have any of you noticed how the galaxy's strongest's internal universe differs from ours? Difference? One 12-tier being snapped back. In truth, some had already sensed discrepancies upon entering, realizing the galaxy's strongest's internal universe seemed unnaturally stable. However, their focus had been immediately drawn away by the commotion among other 12-tier beings. Now, with the Star Alliance ultimate's reminder, they began carefully observing the surrounding spacetime. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1024 Two Little Guys. Requesting monthly pass, _2 However, upon this observation, the minds of countless 12-tier beings could not help but shudder. The inner cosmos of 12-tier lives operates under rules entirely determined by themselves. Simply put, the cosmos within 12-tier beings can only function based on the rules they have comprehended. But at this moment, in the field of vision of all 12-tier beings, the rules operating within the surrounding spacetime could almost be described as vast as an ocean of smoke, with each rule's depth so unfathomable that no 12-tier being could aspire to reach it. Especially the two foundational pillar rules of time and space, which swept grandly like celestial columns supporting the universe. Even these 12-tier beings, before these two celestial columns, seemed like mere ants. The inner cosmos of the galaxy's strongest entity. All 12-tier beings felt their scalps tingle. They had never seen such an intricate interplay of rules within an inner cosmos. How many rules had been comprehended here? Moreover, besides the infinite rules fueling its support, the 12-tier beings faintly perceived that the fundamental essence of this inner cosmos was heavy and beyond comprehension. Even they would find it challenging to traverse the void across great distances within this cosmos. In the main universe, a mere strike from a 12-tier being could tear open a permanent spatial rift. But here, forget about a permanent spatial rift. Creating even a single spatial rift required considerable effort from 12-tier beings. The inner cosmos of the galaxy's strongest entity, a 12-tier being's throat felt dry. For some reason, they faintly sensed that this inner cosmos was even vaster than the boundless main universe. Beyond their home cosmos. Blood Dominator and Serpent Monarch, these two mighty sovereigns, stood dumbfounded watching the distant cosmos, more precisely, watching the towering giant stride toward the cosmos edge, undeterred by countless calamities blocking its way. What is this? Blood Dominator trembled all over. The spectacle before them was simply unfathomable. Wasn't it said that life forms within the cosmos could at most reach the peak of the path-splitting realm? What was the meaning of this giant towering heaven and earth? Blood Dominator couldn't ascertain the towering giant's level of power, but one thing was certain, they were far from being its opponent. Not even close. What should we do, my sovereign? What should we do now? Blood Dominator's dozens of subordinates had originally been stationed in strategically arranged zones, simply waiting for the 12-tier life forms within the cosmos to escape, to then intercept and suppress them. This was something they had done many times before without much incident. Even in the worst-case scenario of encountering the rare peak path-splitting realm being seen only once in thousands of cosmic eras, they had ample countermeasures. Everyone was at the peak of the path-splitting realm, and they, who had battled in the chaos void for years, possessed combat experience and lethal tactics far exceeding those of any peak path-splitting realm being within the cosmos, a perfect scenario. But now, that towering giant, they were supposed to make a move against such an existence? The dozens of peak path-splitting realm subordinates trembled with dread, daring not even to entertain the thought of action against it, let alone act. The towering giant's sheer presence was too overwhelming. If not for Blood Dominator's long-standing authority and prestige, these subordinates would have scattered and fled already. What should we do? Blood Dominator steadied himself and immediately transmitted an order: retreat, all of you, return to me. CTH Nefire. Ed website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. At this moment, Blood Dominator's only thought was to stay far away from this place, far away from the towering giant. Understood. Dozens of subordinates, as if receiving a pardon, hurriedly gathered toward Blood Dominator. On the other side, Serpent Monarch also ordered his subordinates to retreat, while he himself hastened to maneuver Suspended Island into swift flight. The calamity of great destruction consists of fire tribulation, thunder tribulation, wind tribulation, and water tribulation. These four calamities do not represent foundational rules, they embody the universe's core forces. Lin Yuan casually stepped forward toward the universe's edge. But these calamities are rather ordinary. Over 300 years, Lin Yuan had leveraged the endless resources continually delivered from ancient Ming's Chaos Continent to cultivate the Xianhuang physique to the 12-tier sovereign realm. In terms of physical strength and vitality, Lin Yuan was already remarkably close to Chaos Venerable. Coupled with an inner cosmos comparable to that of a Chaos Venerable, numerous innate divine skills, and various techniques, not to mention the universe's origin consciousness, which mastered power somewhat rigidly, even a true Chaos Venerable would struggle to obstruct Lin Yuan. In an all-out battle, Lin Yuan might not be a match for a Chaos Venerable, but neither could they hold him down. If Lin Yuan could step into the sovereign realm and achieve another qualitative leap in his essence of life, he might even suppress ordinary Chaos Venerables. If he managed to cultivate the infinite void to the second layer, his comprehensive combat strength could approach that of a Chaos Great Saint. Swoosh! Lin Yuan's final step landed, entirely escaping the obstruction of the universe's origin consciousness. Freedom. An inexplicable thought surfaced in Lin Yuan's heart. Within the cosmos, protected by the universe, even when transforming into its explorer, there remained a sense of constraint. Now that he had completely broken free from the cosmos, a sense of liberation surged within him. Lin Yuan turned around, casting a glance at the nearby universe. Because Lin Yuan had timed his departure precisely to maximize absorption of world-breaking origin force, upon his arrival in the Chaos Void, the universe's great destruction had reached its final stages, with vast starfields obliterated and collapsing. This universe likely requires significant time to open its next cosmic era. Lin Yuan faintly sensed the weakening of the universe's origin. Having lost countless lives and powerful beings as its driving force, after the Great Destruction, the universe's origin consciousness would enter prolonged slumber to accumulate sufficient energy for initiating a new cosmic era. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1025 Two Little Guys. Requesting monthly pass, _3 However, this has no real harm to the universe itself. The universe is nurtured by the Chaos Void and is protected by its rules. Even an unparalleled great saint cannot cause actual damage to the universe itself. At most, they can only hasten its entry into the Great Collapse. The Great Collapse of the universe is a catastrophe, an apocalypse for the beings within it. But to the universe itself, it is as simple as taking a nap to rest and recover. It's just that because of Lin Yuan, the length of time the home universe will sleep this time will be a bit longer. Within the home universe, endless destructive forces permeated the void, and a seemingly ordinary wooden hut drifted amidst the chaos. Any single trace of the destructive force was enough to obliterate a Dominator-level being. The combined power of countless destructive forces had already reached the level of the Chaos Realm. Yet all these overwhelming destructive forces were silently neutralized and absorbed the moment they touched the seemingly ordinary wooden hut. Has the Galactic Supreme left? Such immense power, how was such a massive true form cultivated? Could it be that before reincarnation, the Galactic Supreme was an unparalleled great saint adept in corporeal strength? Within the wooden hut, two faint voices conversed. It was the two ultimate entities of the robber clan. Even the most terrifying tribulations of destruction cannot shake the Galactic Supreme, nor even delay him. I even suspect that with his strength, if he forcibly stayed within the universe, he could survive until the next cosmic era. The voices in the wooden hut exchanged words, filled with incredulity. To rely solely on physical flesh and blood to withstand the boundless tribulations of destruction, what kind of concept is this? The universe is about to completely collapse, we must also prepare to enter slumber. After a while of discussion, the two ultimate beings of the robber clan noticed that the surrounding space was becoming increasingly constricted. Indeed, it is time to sleep again. The other ultimate being of the robber clan nodded. They had experienced more than one great collapse and were well acquainted with what would happen next. Who knows when we'll see the Galactic Supreme again? The first being who had spoken let his thoughts wander. He sighed and said, I have a feeling that the next time we hear the name of the Galactic Supreme, it might be when he has become the Galactic Great Saint, shaking the Chaos Void. Shaking the Chaos Void. The other ultimate being of the robber clan agreed. Ordinary Chaos Venerables or even Chaos Great Saints could not achieve such a feat to shake the Chaos Void, only those unparalleled Great Saints were capable. Sir the Nulfer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Deep within the universe on the verge of total collapse. Within the Xianhuang's secret realm, a single incarnation of Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. As the universe approached its destruction, the size of the Xianhuang's secret realm rapidly shrank, finally maintaining an area of just a few hundred meters around. Before the great collapse of the universe commenced, Lin Yuan had purposely left an incarnation behind in this Xianhuang's secret realm as a last resort for preserving his life. The Xianhuang's secret realm was isolated from the causality of space and time. Even if Lin Yuan's true form perished completely in the chaos void, the incarnation within the secret realm could use the life-preserving methods stored there to resurrect him. Additionally, numerous forbidden treasures were hidden here, such as that single drop of blood of time. So far, Lin Yuan had found no place safer than the Xianhuang's secret realm. The source world. Its safety was only relative to the powerful figures of the chaos void. However, dangers still existed there, such as the feudal lords and kings, or the eternal fierce sun that hung high over the heavens. Placing the treasures in the source world would indeed prevent the powerful entities of the chaos void from seizing them. This applied even to 13th-tier temporal beings, but the powerful figures in the source world would not be similarly restricted. The Moyu Tower Master had expended boundless time and effort to hunt down a wondrous temporal entity, refining it to form the blood of time. Even within the source world, this treasure was a supreme artifact of immense value, capable of inciting a bloody struggle among the feudal-level heavenly venerates. Placing the blood of time in the Xianhuang's secret realm was not only safe but also made it easier for Lin Yuan to retrieve it. All he needed to do was control a creature from within the universe and have it toss the blood of time into the eternal spatial rift. The blood of time was not a living entity and therefore faced no restrictions upon leaving the universe. After today, I will no longer have the concept of a home universe. Lin Yuan's true form stood outside the universe, quietly watching as his home universe traversed its final journey. World-breaking origin force. Lin Yuan briefly sensed the accumulation of world-breaking origin force during the universe's great collapse, and a smile appeared on his face. 1,436,812 strands of world-breaking origin force. This was the total amount Lin Yuan had accumulated from the beginning of the Great Collapse until he entered the Chaos Void. So much, Lin Yuan felt a burst of joy. With such a vast reserve of world-breaking origin force, he felt a deep sense of confidence. At least in his future usage, there would no longer be a need to scrape by or endlessly deliberate. When he first descended into the source world, Lin Yuan had carefully weighed the option of spending a mere 100 strands of world-breaking origin force to save the original Yu Yen. If it were now, there would be no need for such hesitation. From what I see now, remaining outside the universe doesn't allow me to absorb the world-breaking origin force emanating from its collapse. Lin Yuan pondered internally. Until he had exited the universe, the world-breaking origin force had continued to accumulate rapidly. However, the moment he stepped into the chaos void, the accumulation came to an abrupt halt. Bear in mind, the current universe had not yet fully disintegrated. Theoretically, there should still be remnants of world-breaking origin force being released, perhaps in reduced quantities, but not completely vanishing. What a pity. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. If amassing large amounts of world-breaking origin force required entering a collapsing universe, then replicating such conditions presented significant challenges. Lin Yuan scanned his surroundings, his senses extending outward. He detected two faint auras cautiously rushing away several million light-years in the distance. Two little ones. Lin Yuan gazed at the two cautious presences fleeing far away. One was a massive black ship, the other a suspended island. The black ship and suspended island were vast, spanning millions of miles each, towering and immense. But compared to Lin Yuan in his current state, they truly were no more than tiny specks. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1026, New Home, New Era, End of this volume, Request for Monthly Passes, They're Fleeing. Lin Yuan gazed into the distance. The black ship and the suspended island were darting through the void, exuding an air of frantic escape. These insignificant beings, are they plunderers stationed outside the universe? Lin Yuan's thoughts moved with incredible speed, immediately deducing their origins. Guarding outside the universe for no apparent reason, only to panic and flee upon seeing him emerge. What else could they be but plunderers? Return. Lin Yuan's mind stirred slightly, the divine ability world began its operation. In an instant, 2 million light-years in radius, centered on Lin Yuan, transformed entirely into an external cosmos. Aboard the black ship, Bloodshade's sovereign only began to relax after they had traveled more than 10 million light-years away. We've survived. A faint smile appeared on Bloodshade's sovereign's face. He glanced behind him, and even at such an extensive distance, he could vaguely see that towering figure. At this range, even if he wanted to pursue, it'd be too late. Bloodshade's sovereign had yet to finish his thought. Suddenly, from every direction, an entirely new spacetime descended. In this fleeting moment, Bloodshade's sovereign vaguely heard a voice by his ear. Return. When Bloodshade's sovereign regained consciousness, he was already back within the familiar void, precisely the spot outside the universe had been guarding moments ago. Damn it. Bloodshade's sovereign's spirits instantly sank to rock bottom. He swept his gaze around and shockingly discovered that Serpent Demon's sovereign was likewise nearby. Both sovereign-level powerhouses had escaped in completely opposite directions, only to be transported back nearly simultaneously. Such a feat, Bloodshade's sovereign had only witnessed among certain venerables. Except, a venerable. No matter how inconceivable it seemed, Bloodshade's sovereign couldn't help but associate the towering giant with a chaos venerable, even though this immense figure had emerged from within the universe, a place theoretically capable of producing figures at most peak path-splitting realm. Bloodshade, not far away, Serpent Demon Sovereign's face was etched with fear, clearly realizing something as well. Were the two of you intending to plunder me? Just then, a voice sounded nearby. Serpent Demon Sovereign and Bloodshade Sovereign abruptly looked over, spotting a figure standing not far away. This figure's aura was invisible, leaving the two utterly incapable of detecting it until now. Master. Bloodshade Sovereign immediately reacted and addressed Lin Yuan respectfully. I was merely passing by here, with absolutely no intention of plundering. Me too, Serpent Demon Sovereign quickly added. By now, how could they not understand that the figure nearby was precisely the towering giant who had just emerged from within the universe? In the chaos void, survival is the rule of the strong, and neither Bloodshade Sovereign nor Serpent Demon Sovereign could indulge their doubts and confusion when faced with a being like Lin Yuan, capable of crushing them effortlessly. Respect was instinctive. Passing through. No intention of plundering. S.E.A. the Novelier. N.E.T. website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Yuan said indifferently, clearly disbelieving their claims. The chaos void was boundless. Two sovereign-level powerhouses conveniently stationed outside a universe on the verge of destruction, passing through. Look at me. Lin Yuan directed his gaze at Serpent Demon Sovereign and Bloodshade Sovereign. The two sovereigns followed Lin Yuan's voice and looked up, only to meet a pair of incomparably profound eyes, seemingly connecting to an endless abyss. Mind will secret skills, abyssal eye. Hum, hum, hum. Bloodshade Sovereign and Serpent Demon Sovereign's minds and wills were struck, beginning to uncontrollably fall into descent. With Lin Yuan's strength, he could have outright pulverized the two sovereigns the moment he activated the divine ability world. But he ultimately chose capture instead and had been aiming precisely for this moment. Using the Mind Will's secret skills, Abyssal Eye, he drove their minds into descent before seizing the opportunity to initiate soul search on the two sovereigns. This was the simplest method. Direct soul search was far too challenging, as sovereigns were no fools. They'd resist furiously, and even if unsuccessful, they'd unhesitatingly self-detonate their physical forms. They'd then rely on prearranged resurrection techniques to come back to life. To any level of powerhouse, memory was the most sacred realm. Unless utterly desperate, no warrior would willingly allow someone to perform soul search. No, Bloodshade Sovereign's pupils suddenly turned crimson, his physical strength beginning to surge abnormally, managing to narrowly break free from Lin Yuan's suppression and dart madly in the opposite direction. Disrupted my soul search. Lin Yuan inwardly sighed. He was, after all, still a path-splitting realm being. Even though many of his techniques had reached Chaos Realm levels, attempting to perform soul search on a sovereign at peak level, it proved somewhat difficult. Forget it. Lin Yuan opted against continued efforts, instead extending his right hand. Across hundreds of light years, he struck Bloodshade Sovereign remotely. In one slap, Lin Yuan employed the full force of his physical capabilities and the power of his internal cosmos. The might far exceeded peak sovereign levels. Bloodshade Sovereign's body erupted in countless flashes of crimson light, holding out for only an instant before completely shattering, his body and soul extinguished simultaneously. Crash! Beside him, Serpent Demon Sovereign had likewise barely regained consciousness, fleeing frantically in the opposite direction. No matter how daunting Lin Yuan might appear, he was unwilling to risk soul search. The ability to perform soul search meant memories could be altered or tampered with, a fearsome technique every powerhouse remained deeply wary of. Smack! Lin Yuan struck again, and Serpent Demon Sovereign's body and soul likewise began to dissipate. The bodies and souls of both sovereigns dissolved over several breaths, transforming into the purest origin power, which Lin Yuan condensed and stored away. Master, spare us! From the black ship and the suspended island came cries for mercy, Bloodshade Sovereigns and Serpent Demon Sovereign subordinates pleading desperately. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible.